Hey everybody, what's up? My name is Debbie. Welcome to my channel. We are watching Florida v. George Pino, the Miami, South Florida real estate developer millionaire that had a boat accident that killed one teenager, permanently disabled another. We are on day 5, I think. Yeah, day 5. I'm so confused. Per Florida Statute 327.35, multiple agencies can stop and board a vessel. Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, U.S. Coast Guard, and local Marine Parole units. Officers can perform routine safety inspections, and if they detect signs of impairment, e.g., odor of alcohol, open containers, erratic operation, initiate a BUI investigation. They may use field sobriety tests, though less reliable on boats, and require chemical tests, breath, blood, urine, under Florida's implied consent law. Refusing a test can lead to enhanced penalties if convicted. See, I don't get it either. Because they said it's different on a boat. You are not obligated to give blood. But in a DUI, you are. But that just says you are too. So, yeah, I'm confused too, Judy. So confused. So, they did yesterday, they showed a video of a reenactment. I was confused as to why he was on the wrong side of the channel, why the damage was on the right side of the boat, because he hit a channel marker. So a channel is a dugout area where it's shallow for a boat to go through, and they have markers on each side. And so it's like a road in the ocean where you stay on the right side. So boats coming the opposite way are on the right side, you're on the right. So it's like a road. So he entered the channel on the right, but he crossed over the channel. There were no other boats. He crossed over the channel. Instead of staying on the right, he crossed over and then hit a channel marker that was on the left with the right side of his boat. So he started on the right side, went through, crossed over the channel, and then hit a left side channel marker with the right side of his boat. And he lied and said there was another boat, and the wake of that boat pushed his boat into the channel marker, which is impossible because for him to be pushed into the channel marker, it would have had to come from outside of the channel. And that was a shallow area that was too shallow for boats. So when we were watching it yesterday afternoon, Nichelle said something that no one else had thought of. She said maybe he wasn't driving. Maybe somebody else was driving, and maybe that's why he lied. Well, she didn't know that he had lied about anything, but she said that maybe he wasn't driving the boat. And I said, well, that makes sense because he lied, so he's covering something up. Maybe that was what he was, maybe that's why he lied. But if someone else was driving the boat, why wouldn't he let them take his blood? This is the most confusing case. Oh my God, is this confusing? A simple little boat, I mean, not simple little boat accident. It's a horrible boat accident. I mean, one person died, another one is disabled for life. I think almost everybody else, except for his wife, I think, had some type of injury. I mean, it wasn't just a simple little boat accident. It was a big boat accident. It was a bad boat accident. But I don't understand how it happened. I mean, I understand. I don't understand the cause.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Hey, Carla.
So let's discuss the witness,
Move this.
and we were going to review some of the
Move this.
body worn. We were able to send the portion of the kinds of the body worn camera evidence.
We have, Judge, we took the opportunity to meet with Lieutenant Thompson in the coroner a few moments ago. He authenticated the video clips.
Look at that.
We would want to review with him today.
Oh, Debbie's playing with
What
stuff.
Lieutenant Thompson can say about those
That's
clips
good.
is that they accurately depict the route that he took through the channel. However, most of those clips, Your Honor, were actually prepared by the state's expert
Look,
witness,
I'm in Magic
Mr.
Kingdom at
Albert.
Christmas.
And what he did, because he was doing this with GoPro video, he was able to also enable the GPS that would go
I need to
along
have
with
that on
it.
there.
And so you'll see on the
I'll
screen,
get it off.
for example, the speed or the heading that the lieutenant was taking as we went through that channel. And so he can't authenticate that part of it. That would have to come in through Mr. Albert because he can't speak to any of that. It's accuracy or anything along those lines.
Is that going to be the witness that you have for Monday?
Correct.
I'm gonna be black and white.
And I anticipate introducing all of those videos through him, but Lieutenant Thompson can't vouch for anything other than this is the route that I took.
Okay. Well, it could be subject to being leaked at this point through Lieutenant Thompson, or it could be addressed, I guess, with your last witness on Monday. I don't know. I'm not sure what would this defense be asking. Because I prefer not to have to bring back Lieutenant Thompson, and it would just be.
How about sounds like from play?
I don't know what the state's intentions are this morning with this particular FWC reconstruction to begin with. Regardless, as Your Honor pointed out, we can certainly link this up on Monday through Albert. See if that's an issue.
That's fine. That's fine. So,
No, I have sound.
either way, I would accept it subject to link, or that might, I don't know if that would be confusing or not. So I'll leave it all to you on that.
Y'all, I have sound. When did StreamYard add sound?
I'm just checking, I'm not sure if all the jurors were here yet, but is there anything else you'd like me to address before we go to jury?
Yes, Judge. Have transcripts ready for the jurors to follow along.
Didn't she staple everything she needed to staple yesterday?
Statements that are.
Good Lord. Buy some paper clips, woman.
I've turned them over to the defense, but I can, at the time when we're gonna be publishing these all.
Why is the stapler so loud that we can't hear the attorneys?
We'll pass those items
Either
around.
way.
And do you have an extra copy?
Get 5 copies for you.
I didn't want to kill too many trees. These were all sent.
You email it?
Yes,
Yeah, email would be great.
but these are exactly the same as from the motion to dismiss. The only difference is that per the defense request, any reference to the defendant's decision not to provide a voluntary sample of his blood was all redacted, both from the transcript as well as the body.
And I want to make sure that you have reviewed that and confirmed.
So the jury isn't gonna know that he didn't want to give
Is there an
blood.
extra copy? Or no,
Oh, yes.
those are just the
No, no, no.
Let me check with Renee now.
Oh.
That's it. Yes.
I'm hungry, but I don't want anything. Guess I can go get some more beef broth. Is it feed a fever and starve a cold, or the other way around? So I don't have a fever. Starve a cold. Okay. Starve a cold, feed a fever. I don't have a fever. And I'm hungry. But I guess I'll just go get some beef broth in a little while. That's what I had for lunch yesterday. And it was good. It filled me up and I didn't feel icky. If I eat a lot of food right now, I'll feel icky. I don't want anything. I'm supposed to be on Pete McDevitt's show tomorrow night, and I texted him. He usually texts me right back. I'm like, I don't feel bad, but I don't know if he wants somebody on his show that's all sniffly and coughing and all that, you know? I mean, I'm not there in person, but still, like, you know what I mean?
Did you,
Holly, we can hire wildlife
So please step forward, face the clerk, and raise your right hand to be
Do
sworn.
you swear affirm testimony about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Come on, we're gonna have a seat, thank you. Just keep your voice loud and clear into the microphone. And you know it's spoken one way, but yours is spoken.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
good morning, please introduce yourself.
Good morning. My name is Officer Lieutenant William Thompson. I work for the FWC,
How long have you worked for, well, FWC stands for what?
Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission,
How long have you worked for FWC?
since 2017.
I want to call your attention to the date of September 4th, 2022. Were you working on that day?
I was.
Was it a holiday weekend?
It was.
Did your agency have an increased number of officers out there?
It did.
Why?
Holly, we can hire boat traffic around the area.
On that day, did you meet a person by the name of George Pino?
I did.
Do you see him in court today?
I do.
Can you please point to and describe what he's wearing?
He's wearing a dark sports coat with a blue tie.
For the record, the witness has identified the defendant.
Stipulation.
So again,
Did you know him prior to that day?
I did not.
Did you have a chance to speak with him at a place called Elliott Key Harbor?
I did.
Initially, do you have a brief exchange with him while he's still on a police boat?
I did.
What was the purpose of that interchange?
To identify the operator of a vessel that was involved in an accident.
About what time was it that you came into contact with him?
Around,
If you need to refresh your recollection, just let us know.
I like to use my notes to look at time, please.
Is that the guy from yesterday? Or is that a different one?
Around 6:37
They look
p.m.
alike. I
That's
can't
when you
tell.
spoke with him?
At Elliott Key, correct. Prior to that, around 6:20-ish.
Okay. Now, did you at Elliott Key,
I'm having a hard time hearing. Apologize.
at Elliott Key, did you speak with him about trying to figure out whose boat it was and where it was trailered?
Yes,
Okay. And what time is that?
that is at 6:37 p.m.
I think it's a different guy.
Was your interaction with him while he was on the boat at Elliott Key recorded on your body worn camera?
It was.
Did you have an opportunity to review with me a jump drive that has a number of clips from your body worn camera?
Yes, ma'am.
For the record, I'm showing council states 5H. Lieutenant, do you recognize any writing on this exhibit?
I do.
And is that your handwriting?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that signify that you've watched the contents of this clip and it accurately depicts portions of your body worn camera?
Yes, ma'am.
I move states 5H for identification and evidence.
Judge, prior to our subject, prior
So
objections.
prior objection admitted.
5H, prisoner for identification becomes a state exhibit 98.
Lieutenant, the first clip that's on here, is that you speaking with him on a boat at Elliott Key?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it daylight or nighttime at that time?
Nighttime,
Do you remember about what time it was?
8:16 p.m.
So you actually authenticated 2 videos with me this morning, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Hold on one second. Grab the other one.
Mary Louise, what was the exhibit number, please?
98.
90, thank you.
For the record, I'm showing council now states 5G. Lieutenant, same question. I showed you 2 jump drives this morning. Can you take a look and tell me if you recognize initials on this?
I do.
And is this going to be the clips of your actual body worn camera footage?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and the other one, does that have to do with another issue that we're going to talk about in a bit?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I move states 5G for identification and evidence.
Subject to prior objection.
Subject to prior objection admitted.
5G, marked for identification becomes a state exhibit 99 in evidence.
For the record, the state will now publish the statement that's labeled 1, statement 1. And Your Honor, I have the transcripts for the jurors to follow along.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to be handed some transcripts. This is for your use to follow the video evidence. These transcripts are not in evidence. The video is the evidence.
Judge, do you need one?
I have. Thank you.
Where do you launch from? Alright, so we're ready to no, where do you launch the boat? Where's the boat belong? Oh, Bush Breeze. So it's at Bush Breeze. So we're going back, we're going through the channel, and there was 2 girls sitting in the back. Yes, correct. We're going by. You leave the boat in the water in Bush Breeze, or it's not trailers? So I turned back to look. Okay, 2 girls sitting at the back seat of the car. 5, 6 in the front, my wife in the middle. And we were coming, and I approached the waves, and first like I always do. And the boat hit, and I was looking at the girls, and just to make sure they're open to the sea and back. And the next thing I know, I hit the wave, and I tried to sway, and the right side of the boat, the left side of the boat, hit the pilot. So, do you have a trailer for that boat? The boat goes back to Ocean Reef, and it's in a rack. So usually in a private path. Park on the thing, I looked it up, put it in the right. You got anywhere up for you that were on the No, they're still where they're going to riders most likely. One of the hospitals up in Miami. There's one closest. I mean, we'll keep you updated as we go along. Okay, we'll keep you updated as we go along there. Go ahead and get your captain's name.
Lieutenant, it appears that when you have this initial interchange with the defendant while he's on that boat, are you asking him how the boating crash happened?
No, ma'am.
What are you trying to get information about at that point?
So I'm trying to figure out where the vessel comes from, see if it has a trailer, because we have an active scene out there. There's a boat drifting. It could become a navigational hazard. So at that moment, I'm trying to see if there's a trailer. I have people on land trying to coordinate on how to get that boat out of the water so it's not in the way of other boat traffic. So if he has his own trailer, the goal is to use his trailer to transport that boat.
So when he's telling you about some other boat or something, that's not what you were there to find out from him.
No, ma'am.
He's just spontaneously telling you those things.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And that was at about 8:16 in the evening?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you speak with the defendant again a little later that same evening?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that also at Elliott Key Harbor?
Yes, ma'am.
When is the next time that you have interaction with him?
At 8:59 p.m.
Okay. Can you tell the court what you were doing? Well, when did you finish that little brief conversation with him?
8:18.
Okay. So from 8:18 to 8:59, almost 45 minutes or so, can you tell the members of the jury, are you having any interaction with George Pino?
No, ma'am.
Okay, so then at 8:59, you then wind up speaking with him again, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, were you wearing your body-worn camera?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it recording that interaction with him?
Yes, ma'am.
At that point in time, do you have any sense that he's committed a criminal offense?
No, ma'am.
Was he allowed to interact with his daughter and the other girls that had been brought to Elliott Key?
Yes, ma'am. It was encouraged.
Now, when you speak with him this second time, can you tell the jurors, what was your aim?
Second time I spoke to him was to conduct a boating accident investigation. So I wanted to sit down with him and get the specifics of what he remembered that happened or occurred during that time.
Where is it that you speak with him?
At a park bench.
Were there other officers around you?
No, ma'am, not that time.
Did you raise your voice to him?
No, ma'am.
Did you order him around?
No, ma'am.
Was he cooperative with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he handcuffed?
No, ma'am.
Did he require any assistance to walk to that picnic table?
No, ma'am.
Was he responsive to you when you asked him questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you understand what he was saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you wear your body-worn camera on that night, the same place where we see it right now on your uniform?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it's basically at chest level.
Yes, ma'am.
When you're seated opposite the defendant and recording this interview, do you see his face?
No, ma'am. You see his chest, if anything.
During that interaction with him, did you ever ask if he'd been drinking alcohol?
No, ma'am.
Does he tell you anything anything about drinking alcohol?
He does.
What does he say?
He tells me that he had 2 beers.
During that interview, do you make arrangements for fire rescue workers to come over and check him out, make sure he's okay?
Yes, ma'am. He was bleeding from the elbow. I wanted to make sure that he was okay, so I had fire rescue take a look at him.
All right. For the record, I'm not going to publish the statement on the state's evidence, style 2, statement 2.
Counsel, did you have questions?
Oh, yes, I do. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me also add to the explanation about transcripts. Again, in a clear recorded conversation, recordings are the evidence, transcripts are given to you to help you follow along. Transcripts are not in evidence. If there is any discrepancy between what you see on the transcripts and what you hear in the recorded.
That is a link to my donation page. I'm doing a donation charity donation thing, fundraiser. I couldn't think of the word. Through the Disney Streamers Network. And it is for the Starlight Foundation, and it is to raise money for sick children. And each individual Disney streamer has their own page, and we can decide that it's for the Starlight Foundation, but then the money that we raise can go to whatever charity we want it to go to. And I want it to go to my local children's hospital that I used to work for, because I have seen where this money goes. It goes to computers in the rooms, gaming systems, toys for the playroom so the kids can get up and play and have some semblance of a normal existence while they're in the hospital. Clothes, blankets, snacks. Just, it's tremendous what these organizations do for these chronically ill children and children with cancer. And so if you can, please go donate and share this link out. It's amazing what this money does for sick children. So I just wanted to get that out there while I was thinking about it.
Conversation, you must rely on what you hear in the recorded conversation as the evidence. All right? This will apply the instruction I just gave you to all of the recorded conversations you're about to hear. All right?
And Judge, so we can preserve pretrial motions related to the subject matter of the witness's
Yes, sir.
testimony.
Preserve for the record.
Before the FWC, I do all voting acts in such series. Every time someone says something gets life-flighted, that's when it goes. So, right now, I don't update my office, just getting to the hospital. So, we all went to the same spot, my office, medical staff, won't give it that update until my guys get there. And they won't go to the pharmacy, they'll know who's actually calling. So, my guys are about 10, 15 minutes away. Everyone that's over there. So, all the girls, they're over there, there's someone there, or there's someone who's over there. No, somewhere there, all those girls are fine. So, as of right now, last I had an update was, she's conscious, which is good, she's saying she's like, that was last time I had her. I'm not going to do that on anybody. I was all butt from all over Sandbar. So, someone told me that when the girl that was on the family, she was there, I don't know if my wife, I'm still getting all the pieces of it. I don't know.
What are we looking at? That was a really bad angle. Where is everybody today?
Your Honor, would the court please read the instruction to the jury regarding?
And then recordings.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I had read it to you yesterday, the other day. There may be portions of these recordings that have been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions, okay, that would not add to your understanding of this case. Please, that should not concern you in terms of how you evaluate the evidence. And it must not impact you as to how you view or consider the evidence. Thank you, Judge. Mhm.
We'll come back to this. Let's get that in. No, I don't. I need to get that looked at. Hey, well, what do you guys do in fire rescue? He's bleeding pretty good from a gash in his elbow. He's bleeding pretty good from a gash in his elbow. What do you guys do grabbing fire rescue? Yeah, we're attached to the boat. We should be able to talk about it in a second. I'm gonna fire rescue.
What happened? Court TV happened.
How long have you been on that boat? Yeah, on the boat. And how many hours? You gotta put hours, how many hours on the boat? I know. Yeah, those. All year pretty much. How long have you been boating? All year. You have all this equipment on the boat, right? Yeah, I'm actually checking because I have. I have some people already there, which I have licenses. Who over there? I was gonna say, so, words off.
We'll walk on the side, I was by my, two girls were on the back. We were going through the last marker. When we were going through the waves, I was veered to the right, so cut into the waves. Okay. I don't know. Okay. How do I do the waves? And I go into the waves, look back at the two girls that were sitting. Okay. And I was a little concerned on my way. Watch, it was, I don't remember exactly who it was. It was Vogel, pretty sure it was Vogel, and Andrea. Okay. So I turn around, and I said, hey guys, watch out, hold on, I'm cutting you. You guys on the back, if you walk around, you're right on the back. And as soon as I said it, I was going through the wave, and I looked, and the wheel, I guess when I did one of the ways, the wheel turned a little bit. Okay. A little bit as I was coming back in. I lost a little control. I think I got scared. Okay. And it was I'm pretty sure it was the left side of the boat that skidded. The left side of the boat, mine came in the front. Trying to pull away from me.
Okay, once you got checked in, you came up, what did you see?
They go in, I know exactly. It's about, probably because it was very scary. Because I got up, so I couldn't believe what had happened. Saw two people floating, yellow, recognized some of them. He said, all right, here. And then I immediately went back to see them. In my head.
You remember who was under there?
I got hurt, it was not a TV. Okay, and I shoot me out already. Just got hurt, pulled her up, and there was a boat that had stopped. Please help. Those would be okay. You were hurt. And
I lost my windows. I don't know where you guys are. Oh, there you are. I'm a terrible multitasker. I lost y'all.
So we'll sign that, and then right now, we'll pull the vote out ourselves.
There you are.
We're gonna take it turn. I'm just, I can't not tell you about these things. I just wanna put it out now. Yeah, we'll pull it out now, we're gonna put it on a trailer, for a lot of my gate at my office. There's a bunch of purses and stuff in there. That's why I need to do a search too, so I can get all the purses, all the bags, all the personal belongings out there too. Everyone's personal belongings, let me get the paper and pad, so I can write down the top of this way. So that one minute.
Oh my God.
And then
Is that close
minute,
to
I'm going to ask for a written statement from you.
the Anthony crap?
Of where everybody, to your recollection, is sitting on the boat. That'll be a minute. Real quick, let me go get that one form. You wanna go talk to your daughter real quick? You wanna walk me through? I'll be back in 5 minutes here. Over top.
What time did you stop speaking with the defendant to go and get some other forms?
9:13 p.m.
The recording that we just heard, is that exactly the way that you and the defendant were interacting with each other?
Yes.
At the time that you're talking with him, is he showing any overt signs of being impaired by alcohol?
No.
Is he being cooperative with you?
Yes, ma'am.
In fact, is he volunteering to give you information?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he express any kind of concern for the people that were his passengers?
Yes, ma'am.
Did it seem legitimate?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, at that time, when you're speaking with George Pino, do you have any idea what his GPS is going to tell you?
No, ma'am.
At that moment in time, are you thinking in any way that he's a criminal suspect?
No, ma'am.
At that time, when he gave you this, explanation that there was some other vessel that caused this crash, did you have any reason at that moment to doubt what he was saying to you?
No, ma'am.
So
I
at
don't know
the
if
end of
that's
that
good or bad.
exchange, do you then wind up ultimately maybe talking with some colleagues, but then getting papers that you needed?
Yes, ma'am.
What were the papers that you needed?
Consent to search form.
Okay. What's a consent to search form?
It's a voluntary form that the individual signed to give us access to look at whatever we put on it. So GPSs, hatches, engine data, just so we can do a thorough investigation to look over the boat.
Now, while you went to go get these papers, where is the defendant?
He is still on the island. He's checking on the girls. He's talking to other people all around him.
Is he handcuffed?
No, ma'am.
Are the police officers on either side of him escorting him around?
No, ma'am.
Is he able to wander around freely with the other girls that were there?
Yes, ma'am.
About how long were you gone?
I was gone for roughly 20 minutes
Okay. Where was it that you had to go to get these papers?
to my patrol vessel.
Is that basically your, I don't know, like a floating office for you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, when you step away from the defendant, do you mute your microphone?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain why?
We mute our microphones when we're not discussing anything with the public. We're speaking to other colleagues, law enforcement, first responders, might be sensitive subjects, sensitive matters. So we have the ability to mute it when we're speaking to other law enforcement, not the public.
Was it your intention when you re-engaged with the defendant to unmute your microphone?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you forget to do that right off the bat?
I did.
Okay. But did you at some point during that second interchange?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, did your body worn camera capture some images of the defendant while he was interacting with the other girls and on that island?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that one of the clips that you reviewed earlier this morning?
Yes, ma'am.
For the record, I'm going to be publishing the clip in 3 Elliott Key Harbor.
Do you have transcript things?
No, you're not. Not for this one here. And at this time, is your microphone on mute?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he have any bandages on his body?
Yes, ma'am.
Where?
On his head.
Your Honor, may the witness have permission to step down for a moment?
Yes. Can you put this up, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Right now, are you conversing with your colleague?
I am.
That person you just saw with the writing on his head, who's that?
That's Mr. Pino.
On this table. All right. Don't do that.
Lieutenant, at one point, you see on your body worn camera what looks to be like the top of a clipboard or something like that.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe for the jurors, what is it that you're holding in your hand?
So that clipboard is where I keep a lot of the documents, such as consent search forms, written statements. It's so I don't have to go back and forth from my vote to Mr. Pino, trying to bring all the paperwork in, so we can sit down and take care of everything.
Can you describe what it looks like?
Yeah, it's a plastic, looks like a board, the board on top, and on the inside it has a hollow, so I can follow the paperwork in there, so the elements like the sun, rain can't get to the paper.
I changed my mind. I got hungry. So I wanted food. Hey, Jill.
After that 20-minute or so period of time when you had gone to go get these additional papers in your clipboard of sorts, do you communicate again with the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
Where do you make contact with him?
He's sitting on a bench with two young ladies that were passengers of the vessel. I asked him if he'd come back over to the park bench that we spoke at earlier.
And what was his reaction?
Cooperative.
Did you have to entice him to come with you?
No, ma'am.
He just instantly said, okay, no problem.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have to assist him at this point walking over to the table?
No, ma'am.
When you are with him at that table, is your body worn camera still recording?
Still video recording.
But what about audio?
No, it is not.
Okay. Did you, in fact, show to the defendant a form called the consent to search form?
Yes, ma'am.
The record I'm showing counsel states 1P for identification. Lieutenant, I'm showing you states 1P. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
Does it have your handwriting on it?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this an enlarged copy of the consent to search that you showed to the defendant on September 4th, 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
The record I move states 1P for identification and evidence.
No objection.
1P, marked for identification, becomes State Exhibit 100.
Lieutenant, would you please read what is on that consent to search form?
It says, I, George Pino, owner, operator of fishing vessel, documentation, DO 129.
That's why I've got it
4732.
muted. He's demanding
Having been
loudly,
informed of my constitutional rights to not have a search of my
very
property
loudly.
hereinafter mentioned without a search warrant, and my right to refuse to consent to such a search, do voluntarily consent to search the following equipment: GPS units, engines, hatches, bags, personal belongings, etc. The above equipment may be searched for all data, including but not limited to waypoints, track lines, marks, routes, events, position data, and dates by special agents or officers of the FCC. Technical assistance such as authorized dealers, technicians, or manufacturers' technicians, or other FWCC enforcement designees. I further understand that anything or any article that may be found during the search may be used as evidence against me in any criminal or civil trial.
Your Honor, may the witness step down again, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Lieutenant, first off, who fills out the name George Pino up here? And what is this documentation number?
Documentation is an identifier of the vessel that Mr. Pino is operating. It's a federal documentation number stated in a different way, but that's a federal documentation identifier of the vessel.
Speaking of that vessel, was it in fact taken out of the water that night?
It was not taken out that night.
It took a day or two to get it out.
Yes, sir.
Now I see under here, I felt voluntarily consent to search of the following equipment. We see GPS units, engines, hatches, bags, personal belongings, etc. Who wrote that in?
I did.
At the bottom, I see a signature. Who wrote that signature?
The defendant.
Okay. And what was the date and the time that this was signed?
9/4/2022 at 21:31 hours, which is 9:31 p.m.
Okay, and then down here, the name of the person giving permission. Who wrote that?
I did.
And I see name of person with missing signature. Who's that?
That would be me.
And did you fill out your name?
I did.
Below that, it asks address and telephone number of person giving permission. Who wrote that information?
I did.
And at the bottom, again, there's another signature of person giving permission. Who wrote that
The
signature?
defendant.
And then the signature of the person witnessing permission?
That would be my signature.
Okay, thank you. Once the defendant gave you his permission for you to search his vessel, did you then advise him of what's commonly referred to as his Miranda rights?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you explain to the jury why you did that?
Reason I advised him of his Miranda rights was just in case he says something along the lines of, I had a copious amount of drugs in my system, I drank something, I did this on purpose. I want to make sure that he's advised of his rights before he makes any such comment like that.
Was he under arrest at that point in time?
No, ma'am.
No handcuffs on him?
No, ma'am.
No physical force used against him, right?
No, ma'am.
Okay. In order to advise him of his Miranda rights, did you have handy with you what's commonly referred to, I think, as a Miranda card?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jurors what's a Miranda card?
It's a state issued piece of plastic that we usually keep in our vest or in our pocket on our person. It has the Miranda warnings written onto it with a couple questions on the back end to ask the individual that we're reading the rights to.
showing council states 5R for identification. Lieutenant, I'm showing you states 5R. Is this a photocopy of the Miranda card
Yes, ma'am.
that you would have advised the defendant with?
Yes, ma'am.
This time I move states 5R for identification and evidence.
Judge, just we want to preserve all the prior objections, including the pretrial motions to this area.
Absolutely it is. No objection. Admitted.
I mean, we just have a standing objection, so I don't need to.
Sure, no problem.
5R, mark for identification, becomes a state exhibit 101.
Lieutenant, would you read from this document what you read to the defendant in the same type of
I
tone
keep
that you
telling
read
you,
it to him?
I know
Yes,
you
ma'am.
want another
Go ahead.
bite. I'm
You have
not,
the right to
but I
remain
see
silent.
you right there.
Anything you say can be used
Don't need
against
to
you in a
bark.
court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him or her present while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. If you consent to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you will still have the right to stop answering at any time. Do you understand each of these rights? With these rights in mind, do you wish to talk to us now?
Did the defendant ever tell you, no, I am not willing to talk to you?
No, ma'am.
So he's still being cooperative with you, is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Lieutenant, I have 2 pages here. Is the actual card, like, there's printing on the front and the back?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point while you're advising the defendant of his rights, do you remember, oh gosh, I forgot to turn on my microphone?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you turn it on right then and there?
Yes, ma'am.
And once you hit the microphone on your camera,
Baby.
is the remainder of that exchange with the defendant recorded?
Yes,
You
ma'am.
can clearly see he's not starving though. Now he's gonna lick the floor where every piece of food dropped to get the taste. Where you going? They can't see you there. They were enjoying watching you eat. Go back to your bed. Oh, you want me to rub your face? Okay. I'll rub- I'll rub your face.
For the record, I am now publishing the clip that is titled 4, Statement 3. Your Honor, may the witness have permission to step down again, please?
Yes.
Lieutenant, what are we looking at right now?
My control vessel.
Is this where you went to retrieve that consent form?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you in fact start filling it out?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's the clipboard you described for us?
Yes, ma'am.
saw a young person with a life jacket. Was that one of the girls that had been brought back?
Yes, ma'am.
Is the defendant in this group here?
Yes, ma'am.
It's a little blurry, but. Oh. Who was he interacting with at that point?
To the passengers in the vessel.
Was there anybody from fire rescue with him also?
Yes, ma'am.
Who's this?
I have to look at my notes.
I'm sorry, can't hear you, sir.
Sorry.
I said I have to look at my notes. It's one of the passengers.
Your bed. Get in your bed. They can't see you. You're too far away. You're just out of range. Now get in the bed. You tired of being a star. You tired of being a YouTube star. They want to see you. They love you. Uh-oh, here comes trouble.
On this officer here, you see a green light on the side of the camera. What does that tell you?
I'll be the star.
Covert off.
Means covert's off. See that blinking light I was talking about earlier?
I'll be the star.
You have the ability to cover that up, so there's no blinking light, and that means the cover is on.
Chauncey Star, here I am.
Is that the form that we see in the bottom of the screen?
Yes, ma'am, that's the consent search warrant.
Was it rocky out there?
It was.
Where are they? They're not on the boat anymore. Is that at the ranger station? Apparently.
Is this the picnic table at which you were speaking with the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
And at this point, is he actually walking with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you guys side by side?
Not directly side by side.
But we can't see him because he's not in the field of view.
Correct.
They need to put a microphone over there. You gonna get up here?
What are you doing at this point?
Describing to the consent search form and giving him his
Here we
instructions
go.
with it.
Now I can't see the screen. Now we see. He's like, no, my bed smells like barbecue and I don't have any.
Lieutenant, as you're going over this form, the consent to search form, is he giving you any impression that he's impaired by alcohol?
No, ma'am.
Five plus 10 is 15, right? Why am I coming up with 14? Oh, I found it. Stitch was hiding.
At this point, has the defendant signed that consent form?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you now start to transition into beginning to get ready to read him his rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And at the bottom part of the screen, are we going to see a little bit of that card that you were using?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that it there? It's actually toward the top of the screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Who stands the ducks in
Questions now, without a lawyer present, the right to stop answering at any time. Do you understand these rights? We have these rights, mind, we wish to talk. I have to do everything. So I have to go to the exit report and I have to do our entries. So just in case you say something along the line of like you're about to drop or something like that, it's back to drive. I have to read your rights. It's your right as a being a U.S. citizen. I have to read you. You wish to answer my question. I know anything. I am not. We can talk at any time. I have to do everything I can do. I have to do my steps. But I do need for here the statement here, just pretty much what you told me would happen on a statement, is on the back, you get a picture of the seating arrangement. I know the seating arrangement. Perfect. Your birth concern. Your address one time. Your phone number. 7387. Is it different than yourself? Same. Do you have your work number? Okay. I'll try to get as much light as I possibly can. Here, but pretty much where you were, like what you told me, where you were going, how fast you're going, what happened with the wake to the college, and write as best you can. I know you're not going to give me a well-written book, just the best.
It's so nice if we could hear them.
How long have you been driving that boat? How long have you been driving boats? Then you check your safety. Everything is over. Check your safety. Every single thing. Go over right on that, please. This is the last thing. No, that's fine. That's fine. Alright. I started with so what's the first thing you want? The diner? That we'll do that on the back. We'll flip it over and we'll just draw it out. Give me from before the accident, so we were going. Your vessel is not insured, correct? It is insured? You got it, you know the policy number?
Yeah, because we can hear that stapler loud and clear.
Lieutenant, we hear somebody say 9112.
Correct.
What's 9112?
That's my call sign.
Okay, can you explain to the jurors real quick, like, how it is when you're communicating on the police radio?
So we communicate via call sign, so every unit, every supervisor has a different number, so what you're hearing.
Standing plus, you know?
So what you're hearing there is, that was a supervisor that was on land asking about the insurance company for the vessel that was in the accident. The reason for that is, we're trying to get that boat floated and get its layout, and it costs a lot of money to get that done. So what he's working on, while I'm speaking to the defendant, is getting the towboat or seaboat we usually use to get out there and go through their insurance, so it doesn't cost their agency the money to get that floated.
I hate the noise that the body cams make. It kills me every time it does it.
What is it that the defendant is doing right now?
filling out a sworn written statement.
Did he seem to have any difficulty writing this statement?
No, ma'am.
Are you making a concession?
I'm just trying to see anything because I don't know what the turn off is going to be after the accident. It's like as much as I can. How fast do you estimate your moving? I know, try to measure this right, I would guesstimate or I estimate my speed. Oh, you did, sorry.
I mean, I just have that miles per hour, but I would say I usually get out of this going like. I was heading to the middle, water street going,
35 miles an hour, 35 miles an hour.
only like 43 or 45.
Try that out.
I guess I do.
Just be honest.
What is that equivalent of that?
Depends on how much props you have, how many you have.
You have 2 benches, 225.
You have the dashboards, well, there's some, that's why I want to look into the agents and see what they're pushing, what the output, what your hits on your props are. I believe. And if you put it through your computer experience software, but I had with that one, please.
Okay, and then
How much experience you have tracking that exactly? Or if you're good. We're gonna do this real quick. So wait, I want to do this real quick. I'm not an artist, so bear with me. That's just just put like an initial or the best you can. First name, last name, so like a dot, and then put an initial first and last name. That's the seating chart you can. Ballot vote, center console where your wife work. Right here. Ways, put your wife and your name here.
here.
No, that's not. for us, and they had a better knowledge of where they were sitting up front. I was just not going to get it.
Yeah. But I'm doing the best I can.
Okay, I'm going to make sure I know.
I'm doing the
Best you can.
Yeah. I mean, do they remember this or what? They did not say.
No, the girls up here knew where they were all sitting.
So they didn't know what was going on.
They didn't know who was back here.
I know that.
And the three individuals that were taken, the wife and two girls, remember which ones they were.
So you know, it's Lucy. Lucy's up front. Yeah.
Okay.
Lucy got So me, so Lucy got the other two girls. And she got taken. So if you would have got where it got the. And then go over the right here. Go over. I mean, got the Lucy. Yeah. I go over. So they see it here.
You don't have to, I don't think there's one thing. I want to get you, first, before I let you go, I just want to make sure that your wife is at Jackson South, so I don't send you to it all. But you swear that everything you just told me was the truth on this statement? I get you say the truth.
Two questions. First off, at that moment, when you say to the defendant, you know, I want to send you to the right place, you can stand up. Were you signifying to him, like, you're not going to keep him in custody?
No, I wanted to make sure he got back to his wife. He's worried about everybody that was injured. Since his wife, he has to.
Okay, now, let me just back this up about 10 seconds. I want to ask you.
Jackson South, so I don't send you to the wall. But you swear that everything you just told me was the truth on this statement? I get you say the truth. Yes.
As a law enforcement officer, are you permitted to swear people in to tell the truth?
I am.
Let me know.
You want me to try to put the initials of I remember, but I do remember.
We'll come back to that.
Looking at it,
We'll come back to it in a couple of days, time. I can put, sure, I want to get you to your wife. I don't want to show you.
what I remember, because they were telling me that, they were telling me so. My daughter is here, let's see, here. And then, really? I don't remember. I mean, I know they were up here.
I'm gonna ask you to write one more thing for me so I don't forget it. After the accident happened, you went on the road.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, I don't recall if she was like under or she was right next to me. They were so crazy.
Could you write which individual that was?
Yeah, I was pretty sure.
Write that. Right, that after accident, I found Lucy and supported Lucy or whatever.
Yeah, I know, but it was like, she may have come out of that boat right when I was gonna go under. And when I went under, she was like right next to me. And I think because I got into the boat where the cockpit was. First, in this area. So the boat's upside down. The damage is here. And I was here. And I saw everybody over here floating.
Where, if she wasn't in the boat, where was she by the damaged area of the boat?
It was like, I would say,
Could you put like a little dot right there for me? Put just her initials? She's not, she's fine, it's fine, that's fine. It's good. And then,
so then the boat came.
Yep.
And then they left. And then I stayed.
and that boat just took Lucy?
And then
two ways. And then the other went the other way. I don't, not those, I don't, that's my, when you write that I saw, they were ready to be. When you write that I was swam up to Lucy and I stayed with Lucy until Bo came. You write that one, please. Okay, let me go hit my radio real quick and make sure I know exactly what I'm saying. I know how to do this. Everyone's all right. Can you just verify my hospitals? 9210. Specifically with the older.
Hey, John.
just wanted to ask you a question. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna have to take very, actually, just one. Because we can just go. How much longer do I need to do it? Okay?
Yes.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, put the, just one juror. We're gonna take a break in about another 30 minutes. So if there's one juror, that's fine. Send one juror in the back. Just sit for a moment. Just a moment.
May we approach while this is going on?
My court reporting list?
That would be
Yes.
helpful, yeah.
All right. Court is still in session, thank you.
What now?
What time was that?
That's 2816, which is 816.
I'm sorry, guys. I can't hear the testimony.
8:16 p.m.
That's when you first start talking with him about where his food is gonna be?
Correct.
Showing council stakes 1L for identification. Lieutenant, I'm showing you states 1L for identification. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this an enlarged photocopy of the actual written statement that the defendant gave to you that we just saw the body worn camera footage of?
Yes, ma'am.
I move states 1L for identification and evidence.
Standing objection to this subject matter.
Yes, sir. Over objection made.
1L, marked for identification, becomes State Exhibit 102.
102. Thank you.
Well, that's a different clerk today, and she's still stapling just as hard as the one yesterday did. Why are they so angry? Because they live in Miami. That's
Place for the defendant to sign signifying that the information here is true. Where? Right where my finger is?
Yes, ma'am.
you guys. I feel disconnected today. It must be the cold. It's like ramped up the ADHD or something.
Would you please read for us the information that the defendant wrote down that he swore was true?
Going back to Ocean ORC through channel, past boat on left side by my boat. Vessel to the right to
That's
avoid
all we
big
can
waves.
hear in the
Going back
courtroom.
into wave.
Oh,
I
he's
lost
talking into
control.
the mic. He's a
Steering
good witness.
wheel as boat was going through the big waves. I was ejected from the boat.
I
In the
guess.
back of the boat, I saw Mia and Sarah, my wife Ceci next to me, and the others in the front of the boat. I believe we were traveling at 40 to 45 RPM. I have owned the boat since early 2020. I swam to Lucy and stayed until boat came. Then I stayed looking for others inside the boat.
Record I'm showing counsel now states side I for identification. Lieutenant, I'm showing you now states 5I for identification. You indicated something about, on the back of the form, something was going to be drafted.
Yeah, seating chart.
Okay, and does this show both the front and the back of the original?
Yes, ma'am.
So at this time, Judge, the state would move states 5I for identification and evidence.
Objection.
Same objection.
Admitted over objection.
5I, marked for ID, becomes State Exhibit 103.
Lieutenant, did you actually get to witness with your own eyes as the defendant was filling this out?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you be able to explain to the jurors what the various writings on here
Yes, ma'am.
were done?
Give me a second.
This is your picture of a vote.
Yes,
How long have you been voting?
almost all my life.
Okay. Can you walk us through, what was it that the defendant was explaining to you with this diagram?
I asked him to use initials, first name and last name of people that were on the boat. The goal was trying to find the actual seating chart where everybody was on the boat and see if he had any limits of it. So as you can see, he put GP for himself for Pino, CP for Ceci Pino, his wife. In the back, he has Mia and Sarah. Then up here, he has KP and CP, Coco and Kasi.
About 2 days after your interaction with George Pino at Elliott Key, was it the case that that boat that was involved in this crash was salvaged from the water?
It was.
Did you, after it was salvaged from the water, conduct what's known as an inventory search of that vessel?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain to the jurors, what is an inventory search?
Inventory search are used to find any valuables, watches, high valuable things to make sure they're on the boat. We're looking for safety gear. We have the consent to search, so we're looking through personal belongings, hatches, the GPSs, the engines, trying to figure out what happened on that day.
In the course of that search, did you take photographs of the vessel?
Yes, ma'am.
The record I'm showing council states 5J, 5M, and 5K. Lieutenant showing you states 5J, 5M, and 5K. Do these fairly and accurately depict the vessel once it had been salvaged and you were conducting your inventory search?
Yes, ma'am.
The state removed the aforementioned exhibits into evidence.
Subject to prior objection, Judge.
No objection?
Okay, Jill. See you later.
C5J, marked for AD, becomes State Exhibit 104. 5M, State Exhibit 105, and 5N, 106. 5K, 106.
I'm sorry, what?
5J, 104, 5M, 105, 5K, 106.
All right, Lieutenant, with the court's permission, you can step down and
Yes.
first off, as to exhibit 105. Can you explain to the members of the jury, what is this photograph depicting?
That is a picture of the helm or the steering wheel, the throttle bar. There's two empty holes here where the GPS units were. This will be depicting where the operator was sitting during the operation of the vessel.
Lieutenant, I think you're aware that yesterday our jurors got a chance to actually see this vessel.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you there when that happened?
Yes, ma'am.
And so were the jurors able to actually see for themselves what the operator's eye view would be from the helm?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's basically what you're depicting here?
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of state's exhibits numbers 104 and 106, can you explain to the jurors what we're looking at here?
The front of the center console of the vessel.
Now, if there are a couple of people walking in front of the vessel in that
Hey, Ken.
bow area, is it roomy? Is it spacious?
Not much room at all to move around.
Well, I don't ask you if. We have evidence here in state's exhibit number 11 that in the seat that's designated number 9 is the name Lucy.
Yes, ma'am.
Using state's exhibit number 106, would you be able to corroborate or show
Oh, you
Where?
have?
seat number 9 that says Lucy? Where would that be on this?
So we're right here.
Well, I'm glad you're here.
Right on the center console of this
Well-
vessel.
The thing is,
The name Lucy right here, would that be accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
he's charged with manslaughter, but he's also charged with vessel homicide. He might as well be charged with murder because those both carry 15 years. So if he gets the max on both and he serves them consecutively, then that's 30 years. And he's in his 50s. He'll be there the rest of his life. So they might as well be charging him with murder. I really wish she wouldn't do that. It seems, I don't know what it seems. It's low tech. She's got everything
Lieutenant, in addition to
on
actually
board.
photographing the vessel
hands
itself,
there.
did you photograph the contents of anything that was recovered from that vessel?
Put it on an
Yes, ma'am.
Elmo. It's
Showing
2026,
council
lady.
states 5N, 50, 5P, and 5Q for identification.
Yeah, in my opinion, and it's just my opinion, you can disagree with me. Yes, he hit a channel marker. I don't think he was gunning for that channel marker. I don't know what happened. Something happened that made him hit it. Yeah, especially with all the boaters down there. I mean, there's a lot of people that have boats in Dade County. If it was one person on a boat by themselves and they went straight for a channel marker like that, I would say maybe they did it on purpose. Maybe they were trying to do it on purpose. Maybe they were trying to unalive themselves or something. Or maybe they were like stunt boating and trying to like slalom around the channel markers or something. But not with 14 people on board. I don't know what happened, but something happened. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I heard that statement. But printing them out, putting it on an Elmo is no different than printing them out and holding them up to the jury like that. It's still the same amount of paper. or just leave it digital on your laptop and put it on a screen. It's weird in 2026 that you're standing in front of the jury and then taking a step and then taking a step. It reminds me of some of the trials that we've seen from the 80s and 90s. It's just, it bothers me. I don't know why. It's petty. I don't know why it bothers me, but it does.
Do states exhibits 5N, 5O, and 5P depict a location where items of alcoholic containers were recovered from, and the items themselves?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, I would move the aforementioned exhibits into evidence.
We need a required objection.
They can't prove that he was
Five
drunk
N, mark for identification becomes state exhibit 107.
because there were 14
Five
people on
O,
that boat.
108. 5P, 109.
Don't want to kill any more trees than I have to. Well,
Lieutenant, if you
Yeah.
could step down again, please.
they can't prove that he was drunk. They keep talking about all the empty bottles. And one of those kids said he had 10.
Behind where the helm would be.
And they found 67 empties, and there were 14 people. And one kid drank 10.
It's a wash station. They would usually have a hose on this left little pole here, and the other one's usually used for trash.
And did you look in the area where the trash would be, if there was anything in there?
Yes, ma'am.
In state's exhibit number 108, is that the top of what you saw when you opened that trash hatch?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you empty that hatch?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you photograph what was in there?
Yes, ma'am.
Does state's 109 depict the items that were in that place?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you in a position to say that George Pino drank all this alcohol?
No, ma'am.
Do you remember exactly how many alcohol containers were recovered from that?
61.
And I wanted to ask you also.
Did he say 51?
Two exhibits that were already admitted into evidence.
I heard
as state exhibits
67.
Numbers 20 and
Or
21.
read 67.
Do you remember seeing these on the vessel?
Yes,
Or
ma'am.
her, I
Were
don't know.
these other alcohol containers that were recovered from the vessel?
Yes, ma'am.
What are they?
Looks like a type of champagne in a liqueur.
Additionally, did you recover some flares that were on the defendant's vessel?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Showing
Well,
the state's
I'm not
exhibit
going
number
crazy.
5Q. Is this a photograph of the flares you recovered?
Yes, ma'am.
Numbers are
Review
hard.
5Q for identification and evidence.
Numbers are hard to get straight when you hear them, you know, because they change. Different people say different
5Q,
things.
mark
And
identification becomes the exhibit
so 67.
110.
Forgive me, subject to the prior objection.
And maybe not all the kids drank too. Like
This might sound obvious, but what are flares?
maybe there were some good kids on the
Signaling
boat.
for
That was like,
distress.
I'm too young to drink.
Review if your boat becomes disabled,
knows?
you have flares.
You shoot off the flares, it'll create a large bulb in the sky, bright in color, so other boaters can see it. And it's known around the boating community that that's a sign of distress and that people need help.
What's the expiration date on these flares?
October 20th,
Oh,
Of
okay.
19.
So 67
2019?
empties, but
When did
some
you get
still
this?
had.
2022.
Oh, and yeah, and then there was another picture of the Chambord and the
I did.
Prosecco bottles.
Would this be considered safety
But
equipment?
It
that
was.
was
Is
just
it
the
safety equipment
mom.
expired?
That
No.
was just his wife that drank out of those, I think.
Judge, this might be a good time in the testimony, if that's all right with the court.
Okay, could you keep going to the new subject?
Correct.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've been here around 40 minutes, around 45 minutes. Let's take our one third of this one. If you would, please put your notepad aside and envelopes, if you would. One for one. 3435, let's go to 140. 140 for lunch. When you return from lunch, please go to the jury room on the second floor, you're inside for when they come and get you. I ask everyone to stay in the courtroom, excuse the jury just for a moment and the chance to go down the hall. Please remember to wear your badge as well displayed at all times. No conversations with anyone. If anyone attempts to speak with you or in your presence about the case, please advise Renee of that, all right? Very good, thank you.
All right.
Okay. She said 1:30. Ken, did you see the reenactment that they did yesterday afternoon? Were you still here? Let me see if I can find it. Great. Now, because I watched that one snake video, they keep showing up in my feed. I thought for sure there'd be like a little clip of it somewhere. No way. Is this real? Are they doing a live action Frozen? Okay, I guess not. So let me go back to yesterday.
depth on either side of that marker for a
I wonder if he fell asleep.
Let me just pause this real quick. This, where are you along the channel?
I'm at the far end of the channel, flying the drone. The drone is forward off my FWC. They're outside of the
Yes.
channel before entering.
I know.
They're out there because they need some distance to get up to speed so that they have control over how fast they're so they can be as active as possible. They're gonna get up on the plane, so they need a little bit of moment.
Okay, so he came in on the right side and he crossed over onto the left side.
What marker is that?
That should be marker 13.
Okay, I get it. I understand now. And then he hit
See,
the
this is
channel
what I
marker.
wanted to see.
Hit the channel marker on the right. That's why the damage was on the right side of the boat. Because I was like, if he was on the wrong side of
Now
the
it
channel,
makes
the damage should have been on the left side. But he crossed over and was on the wrong side of the channel marker.
I bet he fell asleep.
So right now we have 18 seconds prior to the FWC vessel is right about at channel marker 15 when there's 6 seconds left. So I'm gonna go 6 plus 9 is 15. So let's get about right 18.
Could be. I mean, something happened that distracted him. Because I don't think that he was just driving straight for the channel marker. That's impossible.
prediction leading.
Like I said, the only way that's possible if someone was trying to unalive themselves.
Okay.
You know, I mean, think of the equivalent on land would be somebody driving towards a telephone
CT
pole.
said production
Okay,
instead
so
of
how many seconds
objection.
until the vessel is nearly at the green marker?
9. Well, you're gonna.
But wait till you
it's closer.
see the
So he
other
entered,
angle.
it looks like he entered the channel on the right side and just kept going left.
So let's look at these last 9 seconds.
When they do the other angle from the other end, whoever's driving this boat is an excellent boat driver. It's like a stunt boat. It's cool. I was like, oh my God, because he comes so close to hitting that channel marker.
Between that vessel and the channel marker?
No.
Yeah.
Next, I'm playing S1001-396.
And I don't guess we're ever going to know what
View
happened.
North FWC approach 15.
I can't drive a car after I've been swimming. I will fall asleep. I've done it several times.
And just to be clear with this exhibit, where is the drone positioned?
Here, past the end of the channel, south end of the channel.
Bye,
And
Phil.
I've come down.
See you
in
tomorrow.
elevation a little bit in altitude so that we can see the vessel and its relationship
So,
to the.
I don't know what distracted him. Now, Nichelle said maybe he wasn't driving the boat. And I said, well, that makes sense since he lied. He was covering up something. Why would he lie? And maybe his daughter was like, Daddy, it's my birthday. I want to drive the boat. I mean, that's possible. Look how close that boat.
Ooh.
Look how close he came to that channel marker. I was like, that was cool. That's like a stunt boat. But I'm glad they did this because I was so confused. Like,
That was close.
so confused. I
Like a
know
stunt
that
boat.
right there. I totally get it now. I see exactly what he did.
Wow.
But she was so hung up on that last 9 seconds. 9 seconds is nothing if you're going that fast. So yeah, he was going too fast, but there's no posted speed limit there, which common sense says you slow down when you're going through a channel. So you don't need a posted speed limit.
And the final video,
But they need to post a speed limit there now.
for the record, S100139.
Yeah. There was nobody there. There was no reason for him to veer or, it was just pure something distracted him. So yeah, it was his fault. But why? That's what I want to know. Why? And his wife says, did you hear her testimony, Ken? She was on her phone. And I was talking to Travis last night. I said, how many times? Yeah, I don't think so either. Just like fine him or whatever the punishment is for not keeping a lookout or whatever. I told Travis, I said, how many times have we been in the car together? I'll be on my phone or doing whatever, playing a video game or crocheting or not paying attention. But I can see when, like, if you're too close to the car or something like that, and I will scream at you because you've got peripheral vision, like. And he's yeah, I know, because he'll yell at me. I see it, but I'll be, I'll look up from whatever I'm doing because I can see stuff out of my peripheral vision, and I will yell at him. So why she didn't realize he was fixing to ram the boat into a pole, even though she was on her phone, unless she was drunk, because, well, like when I'm in the car doing something, though, I periodically look up, which is what I would do if I was on a boat too. And maybe that's just me. Yeah, that's boat culture though too. Well, in South Florida it is. I don't know about other places, but yeah, yeah.
Judge, if I could have access to the video exhibit.
I hope that
Clerk, I think
is that a thing yet? Like a real thing yet? I've heard about them, but
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon.
I think they do have them some places,
I don't believe so.
but they're really scarce where they are, aren't they?
So you
I don't
were
want that
the-
ever to be like a real
effectively
thing
the person
everywhere.
documenting the events of the day that we've just observed on the video.
That's correct.
You were doing that with
Yeah, we're never gonna know. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, we're never gonna know. Oh, shoot, Debbie. Oh, 2 years ago? They've been around that long? Well, when I was a kid and I went out on the boat, what was that? When I was a kid and I went out on the boat with family, nobody was drinking. Thank God. But I know a lot of people. That's just part of going out on the boat is drinking. It's so sad. I used to date a guy that he used to come up. We worked together, but like when days that he was off, he would come up to work at night when I got off, and we'd spend time together. And one night he came up. He had a wife beater on, and I was like, "Why are you dressed like that?" And he goes, "Cause I'm fixing to go out drinking." And I'm like, "So? Why are you dressed like that?" He goes, "Cause I don't want to get sick and throw up on my good clothes." And I was like, "Why would you aim to do that? Like, why would you aim to drink so much that you're gonna be puking? Like, I don't understand that." That was years ago, like in my 20s, late teens, early 20s. And I still don't understand that. Why people, to me, the fun is not worth the consequences. I don't understand why people drink. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Mhm. But when I've not been drunk very often. I've been tipsy. I don't think I've ever been like drunk. I've been tipsy. When I start to get sleepy, I quit because I know after the sleepy goes away that I get tipsy, and then I don't think I've ever been like drunk. I've just been like, because when I start, I get sleepy, so then I end up just laying down somewhere and going to sleep. So if I were to keep drinking, I one year I went. I think it was New Year's Eve. My cousin and I went to Medieval Times, which is, if you don't know what Medieval Times is, it's a place where they reenact like knights jousting on horses, and they bring out, they pretend like they're cooking your food on an open flame. They bring out this large thing of these little Cornish hens on a big giant thing. It's carried out and it's put over an open flame in the middle of this giant field, not field, but like arena kind of a thing. They don't really cook it there. It's like the real food is cooked in the kitchen, but and then there's like a king and queen up in a balcony, and it's like a big celebration. And but they do a special thing on New Year's Eve where you get, afterwards, you get to meet the knights and you get free champagne. And so we've gone several times. But my cousin and I went for New Year's Eve one time, and they have, so the nights are colored, and the area you sit in is a color, and you vote for that color. You cheer for that color night. And we were in the green night section, so we got the green night drink before we went in, like, because you have to sit there and wait. You get there early, you sit there, wait for the show to start. So we got the green night drink, and I've got the glass. In my head, it was huge, but when I look at the glass, I'm like, that is not as big as I remembered it. So at the time, I was dating a guy that was in the Navy, and I drank this glass of, it was nasty when I started. The more I drank, the better it got. Then I went and I tried to call the Navy collect. I couldn't figure out what I was doing wrong, and I went back to the table and I sat down and I was like, told my cousin, I was like, I just tried to call the Navy collect. That didn't work. And so my boyfriend had red hair. So there was a guy, he was a page, because there's pages and there's knights. The pages were the ones that gave the knights their like their weapons and stuff. And so the guy didn't look anything like my boyfriend, but he had red hair. So I kept going, that guy looks like my boyfriend. And Fawn's like, no, he doesn't. My cousin's like, no, he doesn't. And I'm like, yes, he does. He looks like my boyfriend. No, he doesn't. And then I'm talking to strangers next to me. My boyfriend's in the Navy, and that guy looks like my It was so funny. But I wasn't like I remember, I wasn't like blackout drunk, but oh really? Oh cool. I took my second round, I think it was my second round of chemo when I was in remission the second time. Um I got us tickets and I didn't tell Travis cuz I knew he wouldn't like something like that. So I was being sneaky and I was like, "We're going somewhere to celebrate my remission." And I didn't tell him, but he thought we were going to a water park cuz he loves water parks. So I had to tell him before we went cuz I knew he'd be disappointed when we got there. So I told him and he wasn't really happy about it, but when we got there he loved it. He bought us both t-shirts. He bought the picture, they take the picture of you when you go in. He bought the picture. He had a blast. We were taking selfies of us with the little crown thing on it. I've never seen him like that before. He had so much fun. I could not believe it. But the thing is, he's like a one and done person. So like he's done it and he had fun, but he probably won't ever go back again. But that's my husband. There's so much stuff that I want to do in Orlando that I've never done. But see, that's the way Travis is too. I want to go back. They used to have all kinds of dinner shows in Orlando that's gone now. And I wonder if it's because of COVID. There was one, I forgot what it was called, but it was like you were invited to a king's castle and they had tables set up and there was like a dais up front where a king was, and then there were like performers that would come up and perform for the king. You were like a guest of the king. I can't remember what it was called. And there was a pirate one that I never got to go see. There was one I did go to. It was like a murder mystery dinner. That one was fun. There was another one we went to see. It was like a it was kind of like a dance, not a dance thing. I don't want to say burlesque because it wasn't like racy, but it was like a can kind of girls dancing kind of a. I don't even remember what it was called. I don't know how to. Oh, really? Wow. That's cool. Yeah, I would love to go to the Pirates one. I don't know why. I don't know if it's because of the theme parks and all the new addition stuff at the theme parks, if that's why, or if it's just because of COVID, or I don't know. But I love doing that kind of stuff. I want to go to the Titanic Museum and I want to go to Madame Tussauds, however you say her name, the wax museum down there. That mystery dinner was so much fun, Judy. What really stunk about it though, my aunt, who is passed now, but she had some kind of a condition. I don't know if it's a real true condition or if she was just weird. But anyways, she found out, I guess they did it by process of elimination. She got bad migraines and they figured out if she ate after 5 o'clock at night, she would get a migraine. So she had to eat before 5. So she loved going to dinner shows, but she couldn't eat at them. So we went to Red Lobster before we went to the dinner show so she could eat. And we got like some snacks or something. I'm probably just ate some of the biscuits. I don't remember. It's been so long now. But my dad ate like a lobster bisque soup. He got food poisoning. and it was immediate. So he started throwing up before we even went inside the show. So he was out in the parking lot, sick as a dog through the whole entire thing. I felt so bad that we were in there having a great time while he was out there sick. Because I can't remember because sometimes we just do day trips to Orlando because it's so close. That's what I do now all the time. Sometimes we'd like just go spend the night, and sometimes we just drive down and drive back. And so I don't remember what we did that time. But knowing Dad, even if we had had a hotel, he probably would have said, no, I don't want to go back. You guys just go in and have fun. So we sat there through the mystery dinner while he was out in the parking lot sick. It was fun though. Like, they put other people at the table with us. Like, it wasn't just our party, it was other people. And I remember my aunt asking one of the actors, if we would be sitting with other people we didn't know. And it was the like patriarch of the family. It was his birthday party. And she was like, oh yes, Father likes to sit friends and family together so that they can catch up since they haven't seen each other in a long time. So like they stayed in character through the entire thing, no matter what. Like, so it was totally ad lib stuff from like when they talked to us, and then they got on stage, and then they did the whole thing with the murder mystery, and then each table got to confer and then ask a question to the actors, and then they answered it, and then we had to figure out who did it. And so it was so much fun. It was so much fun. And they had, I don't know if it's still there or not, but they had different ones that they rotated and did. So you could go back and it would be a different mystery. So it wasn't like you just could do it once and you knew what happened. You could go to a different one with a different mystery. So it was so much fun. But see, I like doing stuff like that. Travis is too shy. He won't do things like that. There is a restaurant at Disney's Hollywood Studios that I've been dying to go to, and I went finally a couple weeks ago when I went down there. But unfortunately, now I love this girl to death. She's the sweetest thing ever. She's smart, she's funny, she's autistic. So the people that made the reservation and that we were guests of, they asked them to go easy on her. But it's called, I got the official member clean plate club sticker. It's called 50s Primetime Cafe. And when you go in, it looks like you're in somebody's house. There's like an actual kitchen. There's TVs everywhere. It was playing Dennis the Menace when we were there. So it looks like you're in a 50s style house, kitchen, dining room thing. And you're not allowed to put your elbows on the table. They tell you, of course, there's no cell phones back then. So they say, if you have a walkie talkie, turn it off. And she said, what do you, she goes, we say please and thank you here. So when it came to me, she said, what would you like to drink? I said, Diet Coke. She said, what? I said, Diet Coke. She said, what? I said, Diet Coke. She said, what? I said, Diet Coke, please. She said, there you go. But like, they do things like they make you stand in the corner and sing I'm a Little Teapot. They do all kinds of crazy stuff. But because she was with us and she's autistic, they asked them to like, tone it down a little bit and not. So if Travis and I ever go, I'm gonna have to ask him to tone it down because he's not gonna want to play along. But I love stuff like that. I love ad lib acting, and so, but that's it. Excuse me, that's at Disney's Hollywood Studios. So if you ever want to do something like that. But I love stuff like that. I think they're back, guys.
Judge, we have a matter we need to address before the jury comes in. Sidebar.
So I have to witness step outside?
Not necessarily.
Your Honor.
Okay.
They're back, but they're going straight to sidebar.
Your Honor, during the course
Oh,
of
maybe not sidebar.
my
Okay.
publication or publishing of the defendant's, shall we say, second statement,
Okay.
not when he was, not after Miranda, and not when he was first asked about, who owns the boat, where does the boat come from,
Okay.
but the one that would have otherwise been covered under the accident report privilege. In the course of publishing that, I noticed that the transcript that was handed out reflected what the defense asked the state to redact, which was any reference to either the lieutenant's request for the defendant's blood sample or his refusal or, his decision to decline giving a blood sample. All of that was redacted, and the redactions are properly reflected in the transcript. Unfortunately, I realized as we were playing it, though I feel like I looked at these videos over and over again, a little portion of what was agreeable to the defense was we over redacted it. And so on page 2,
Hold on.
yes, of statement 2,
Let me pull it up.
Statement 2, transcript 2. Yeah. This is
Go ahead. Page 2, statement 2.
yes. So the part where it says 1, 2, 3, 5 lines down, you'll see WT.
Right.
For the,
1, 2, 3, 4. 5.
and it begins with the lieutenant saying, I don't know about that yet. So the first thing I'm going to do, talk to you about, there's a boating accident, a serious injury.
Okay.
The next few sentences or so are redacted, and those are the sentences where he indicated that I like to ask, all that. So those were properly redacted, and then we pick back up with the defendant then saying, I had 2 beers in response to the lieutenant saying, I would like to get a blood sample. For whatever reason, unfortunately, from that until where the lieutenant says you're allowed to drink alcohol and drive a boat.
It's not illegal to boat and drive. It's the next thing.
Right. All of that from the 2 beers down to where the lieutenant says you're allowed, for some reason, those were not included on the video.
It should not have been
Redacted.
redacted.
It should have been in. Unfortunately, I think there was a miscommunication between myself.
Okay, well, let me figure it out.
Yeah.
In the video,
Yes,
it's shown to the jury.
yes.
Did they see when it said, GP, I had 2 beers? See and hear, they didn't see and hear that.
They only saw it on the transcript, which is not evidence. It was not included on the actual DVD, which is.
And then the next line, where,
Lieutenant. The lieutenant.
our lieutenant
Yeah,
says, and it's not illegal, is also not there.
Correct.
correct.
Okay. So,
Keep going, Judge.
go ahead.
The next sentence,
Yeah, oh, it's not illegal to drink a beer or a couple of beers and drive.
Right.
that's also not included in the
Wasn't
recording.
included, so,
And more. More was excluded.
okay, go ahead.
Also,
What
the
else
part
was excluded from,
where it says,
Yeah.
I feel perfect in the way my mind was, that also was redacted, which it should not have been.
right,
And then the next part, you're allowed to drink alcohol and drive a boat. There's nothing saying that. Are you bleeding anywhere now? That's where it picks back up.
when does it pick back up?
When the defendant says my elbow.
Okay, so here's what you're gonna need to do.
I think we did it.
Okay.
So we now
Would
have,
have to, I don't know, tell me what you propose.
So the issue is that Ms. Adams, when she drew from the witness, from the testimony about the 2 beers, it was Ms. Adams characterizing it as a spontaneous statement. I think that's where spontaneously said, we can go to the transcript, the word spontaneously. We all know it was not spontaneously. It was in response to several sentences of dialogue, including when the witness, Lieutenant Thompson, says, it just answers more questions if there was alcohol in your system or not.
Okay.
We know it being a blood draw. And so the exact quote was, it just answers more questions if there was alcohol in your system or not, which I'm not sure it was, so I'd like to ask permission to draw your blood. It's completely up to you. And then Mr. Pino says, I had 2 beers.
Okay.
Okay. So our concern is that the impression has been left with the jury that Mr. Pino just blurted out, I had 2 beers.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming, that it was something so spontaneous that just came out of Mr. Pino. So that has to be addressed.
and so the way that I interpreted spontaneous is, at no time did the lieutenant say, have you been drinking? How much did you have to drink? The defendant volunteers that.
But that's maybe the way you interpret it. So how do we?
But
Well,
he's not.
I think what we can do is just either we were able to reinsert all of the part that was initially over redacted. So I have a copy of that. So I can either replay that and just say,
take my blood.
Lieutenant,
I'm not drunk.
is this what happened? And the jury can follow along again and just leave it at that. Whether I characterize it as spontaneous or not, it's kind of like a, tomato situation, maybe the jury thinks it was spontaneous, maybe they don't, but it's not in direct relation to a question that was posed by the lieutenant.
Well, okay. We know it was perhaps in relation to a question though that was deemed suppressible, that whole area of inquiry.
Correct.
Okay, so let me try to wrap my head around how and what instructions, if any, I should give to the jury that might clear this up.
May I make one possible suggestion, which would be this, that the court instructs the jury that there was a technical issue with the video that was played, and we are now going to play the proper version of it with nothing further, and I'm not going to characterize what he says one way or the other.
Well, and I'll also instruct them that I remind you what the lawyer is asking questions, that's not evidence. It's what the witness says. So this witness is not going to say there was a spontaneous statement by Mr. Pino.
Right. So what I would propose to give context to the statement about 2 beers, because the prosecutor actually, I think, said to the witness, you didn't ask him about alcohol, drinking alcohol, and that Mr. Pino spontaneously said he had 2 beers. I think the simple way to correct it is, as we're going to play the correct version, it just be prefaced with a question by the prosecutor. Something simple as, Lieutenant Thompson, you told Mr. Pino you were investigating whether alcohol was involved, and here's his response. Something as simple as that.
That makes sense. When I think about it.
It's not that I have any problem with that. I just worry, does that somehow, because when this is happening, the lieutenant is not asking questions. He's just explaining why he's going to want to get a sample.
No, but right, he's explaining why, but the response, and I think we can, that Mr. Pino had was really in response to Lieutenant Thompson bringing up this whole idea, and
I could,
He was forthright in that once Lieutenant Thompson brought up the idea, and it's the refusal that doesn't come in front of the jury.
what I could certainly do is, and, you know, with the witness here, hopefully, I could certainly ask of him, you know, Lieutenant, at some point, did an issue of alcohol come up? Yes. And just leave it at that and then just play this.
At that point, yeah.
Yeah, that the investigator, now lieutenant, raised the issue of alcohol. And in response, Mr. Pino said, and we play the tape. Something
Well,
simple.
Even if you're playing it, and you're gonna stop it at a certain point. You're gonna play from the beginning again. You gotta play the whole thing.
Yeah, I understand that.
So you'll stop it
Yes.
when you get there, and then you'll make a note for yourself.
Okay,
You'll ask a question, and then you can handle anything else on cross, if you
Right.
think that.
So,
And I would give the jury an instruction on a technical issue. We're gonna basically redo that. And remind them that, remember, you know, what the lawyers say in their questions is not evidence. The evidence comes from the witness.
that's fine, and I would propose that if we start from the beginning, it's only a minute and a half or so, a minute and 40 seconds. Stop after the sentence last played, which ended with the words, "a serious injury."
Right.
That's when the next question to Lieutenant Thompson would be, at that point, you raised the issue with him about alcohol, and the response was recorded, and here we go. And that takes away,
Let it play.
absolutely. That's perfectly
okay, great.
reasonable.
And Lieutenant Thompson's right here.
That's why I
So
thought it'd be great to
he
have
understands the plan.
And what I would do, just for brevity's sake, I have a jump drive that has the corrected video and audio that council's been able to see over the break. So what I would seek to do is just ask for it.
Substitute out,
Yes, it's,
what was the exhibit number again?
hold on.
And while she's looking, to be clear, we're not opening any doors to his refusal, to the defendant's refusal by doing it.
Absolutely not.
I'm correct?
We're not opening
This is.
the doors.
Thank
You're correct.
Thank
Because that was,
I have a pet peeve about double negatives. Thank
your
you.
request in limine or to suppress was granted in that regard.
Oh, I know what this is. The defense has it.
This is my computer.
So let's be next as a Friday.
Welcome back, Jill. I can't believe she literally said, I don't want to kill any more trees than I have to.
So, Your Honor, if I may, the corrected audio and visual of the defendant's statement to Lieutenant Thompson is listed for identification as states 5U. And I would seek, hopefully without objection from the defense, other than their prior raised objections, to move 5U for identification into evidence, and then be able to publish that with the caveat that I will preface the 2-beer statement with a question to the lieutenant.
Right, aren't we substituting what was already?
Yes, but just to make things a little bit,
I can do it right now. You don't have to do it. Yeah, right, I want to do it now.
you want us to put this statement on the original jump drive?
No. I thought you were gonna switch it up.
The only thing that this jump drive has, Your Honor,
Oh.
is
that
the
one
second
statement?
statement. The one that's in evidence has,
Okay, we're good.
okay,
It's another exhibit.
okay, yes.
Okay.
So I'm now moving states 5U for identification and evidence.
Subject to prior objections and perhaps an instruction from the court to explain to the jury that it was omitted and we're now giving it for the jury. The jury may have seen it in the transcript. So to clarify for the jury, they may have already seen this in the transcript, even though the transcript is not evident.
Okay, we'll go ahead and do that. And what number is it?
Where?
Part 2, March 5D, States Exhibit 111.
Where? I missed it.
And when you begin to ask the questions, I'll probably tell them anyway. But
Oh,
you're advised that it's now States Exhibit 111.
Okay.
Okay?
Judge, there's another matter, which so we can go through the whole afternoon.
I'll probably spend in any minute with my jury. So is this something with regard to this?
Yes,
Should you be sitting here?
I don't know. It has to do with anticipated cross-examination questions.
Okay, so when you finish your direct,
Okay,
which will give you how much longer?
not much.
Okay, we'll stop for a minute. We'll come sidebar.
Okay,
is this kindergarten court?
What you want to talk about?
thank you.
Okay, very good.
It's like they don't know what to do. They have to keep asking the judge how to do stuff. She likes mounting stuff on foam board, doesn't she? That poor lady with the cankles. I feel sorry for her every time she walks by.
Everyone, please be seated.
Stapler kindergarten court.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen.
That's Dade County. That's Dade County.
Of
It's
body-worn camera evidence from Lieutenant Thompson. There was a technical issue with regard to what is essentially the second statement in conversation between Mr. Pino and Lieutenant Thompson. That technical issue has been resolved. There was what you might have been reading on the transcripts was actually not heard on the video. So that's been corrected, and what's going to happen now is the corrected statement is going to be played for you. Maybe a few questions about that. The transcript can be handed out again, which would be number 2 transcript. Oh, no, wait, it's number 2 transcript,
Yes.
right? Okay, number 2 transcript.
Yeah, she is.
Now, I remind you, the transcript is not the evidence. The evidence
Good work.
is the video, the audio and video, okay? In addition, let me remind you that what the lawyer is asking their questions is not the evidence. The evidence comes from physical evidence and or testimony of the witnesses. Okay? All right.
For the record, I'm now going to publish States Exhibit 111. Your Honor, may the lieutenant step down while this is playing?
Or the FWC. right now, no
I
update. My
know.
officers are just getting to the hospital. So an update on.
Bad angle
No,
of
like
the
the same
camera.
spot, my medical staff won't give an update until my guys get there. They won't do it phones, they don't know who's actually calling. So my guys are about 10, 15 minutes away. Everyone knows over there. Oh, that's they're over there. All the girls? Or they're over there? There's some there. Or there's some who's over there. Unless, no, there's no more. All those girls are fine. They're a little sugar. So, right now, last I had an update was she's conscious, but she's good. She's saying she just like that last number. I don't have on anybody. I was all a button from all over Sandbar. So, what's over here? You don't know what's on there. She was there on the phone with my wife. So, I was getting it. I'm still getting all the pieces that she's I don't know that
Lieutenant, I want to ask you if during this time, did any kind of issue about alcohol come up? Okay.
Can we get a pause, Your Honor?
Just pause it for a minute.
Sure.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, again, this is the portion that was not played before. And the question was asked, questions about alcohol, and this wasn't played for you before. All right? And this is the evidence.
and it's not illegal to go to drive. It's not illegal to drink and be a couple beers and drive.
I feel perfect in the way that my mind was. I know it happened. I thought it was forever. I thought that
You're allowed to drink alcohol and drive a boat, but that's not the same.
You're not allowed to have alcohol and drive a car. Why can you have it and drive a boat? Yeah, she does. She looks tired.
We'll come back to this. Let's get that in. Okay? I don't want to be right. No, I need to get that up. Look at. Hey, well, what do you guys do for fire rescue? He's bleeding pretty good from like a gash in his elbow. He's bleeding pretty good from a gash in his elbow. Well, what do you guys grab me? Fire rescue? We're taxing the boat. Just be honest, we're talking about here a second. I'm going to fire rescue for people to He'll come talk to questions. Yeah, if he has questions, he'll come. I want you're heavy breathing. I want you sitting down. I don't want you falling over. Okay. Come sit down for 3 minutes. No, I understand, but I've heard that shallow breathing before, and I've seen people fall over, and the last thing I need is for you to fall over these rocks. So take a seat for me, my friend. these all your daughters? Is your daughter on the boat? That's your daughter right there? Okay. And all of them were her friends? It's my daughter's birthday. Okay. And those are her girls. Celebration with them. We're heading back. I mentioned you. We're going through that channel, not the last part. Wait, watch out. We're at the estimate how fast. How many times have you gone through that show? How many hours you have on position? You don't know. How long have you been on that boat?
Your Honor?
Yeah, on the boat, and how many hours, you have to put hours, how many hours on it?
So I think that resolved the issue of the missing portion.
Oh, very well. Yes, that was what was missing previously. All right, we'll continue on.
Pardon me?
So we're gonna put you.
Thank you.
This event received 2 male geckos with
So Lieutenant, up to now, we've talked about the fact that you spoke with George Pino on the evening of September 4th of 2022. And we talked about the inventory of the vessel that was done once it was salvaged from the bottom of the bay, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So let's talk now a little bit about something that occurred on June the 9th of last year. Did you and other people involved in law enforcement try to think of a way to explain or express to the jury what the defendant's driving pattern, for lack of a better term, was through the Cutter Bank channel on the afternoon of September 4th, 2022?
Yes, ma'am. We conducted a reconstruction as close as we could.
Prior to doing the reconstruction, were any thoughts given about trying to actually bring the jurors through on the channel?
There were thoughts.
And
Objection, Your Honor.
Too dangerous to bring the jury out there.
okay. What was the overall plan to try to show the jury as accurately as possible the route that the defendant's vessel took on that afternoon up to leading to it actually hitting a channel marker?
Yes, on May 30th, ASA Adams reached out to me asking if this is even a possibility. Told her that logistically there's going to be a lot of moving parts to get this done, specifically around safety reasons. So we had to make sure we had safety vessels to block off channels. We had to make sure the weather was right that day, the right individuals were there, that we had access to Key Biscayne's airfield. It's a state park, so no drones can be flown. So we had to talk to the FAA for the drones. It was a lot of moving parts for it.
Could you explain to the jurors what the idea was in terms of how this path would be recreated?
So we had the GPS data from the units that were on the defendant's vessel that showed certain track marks and speed that the vessel was operating on September 4th. So we used multiple buoys as points of speed increase or direction change towards the channel marker.
So if there was a track point, say, that indicated that the defendant was going 43 miles per hour, is there a way using GPS to put the buoy like really close to where that track point is?
Yes, ma'am. We used a certified handheld GPS following the exact coordinates from the units from the vessel to match it to the exact spot that we were going to drop the buoy.
Okay. And then in this particular case, were there two last track marks or track points from the defendant's vessel up until it crashed into that channel marker?
There was.
And did a buoy get placed in each of the locations where those last two track points were?
Yes, ma'am.
And so what was the idea behind piloting a vessel past those buoys which represented the track points?
The idea was to video record so we could show the jury of the points of acceleration that the GPS showed. So the first buoy was a signal for me to accelerate from one speed to another while also maintaining a certain track from one buoy to the next. The second buoy was the last buoy prior to the collision with the channel marker.
Now, the second to last track point, can you describe where within the channel that would have been?
Between channel marker 13A and 13.
Okay. And where was the last buoy or the buoy that represented the last track mark prior to impact?
It was right next to channel marker 15.
Now, in order to try to recreate this, did you have available a police vessel?
I did.
What was the size of that police vessel?
30 feet.
What was the size of the Robalo vessel that was salvaged from the bay in this case?
29 feet.
What were the engines that were on the vessel that was used for this?
Two 300 horsepower Yamaha engines.
What kind of engines were on the Robalo in this case?
Two 300 horsepower Yamaha engines.
Did it seem that your police vessel was a comparable vessel to show the jurors what took place on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to get the police vessel accelerated up to 43 miles per hour at that first buoy?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you then accelerate the vessel to about 47 miles per hour right before you got to that second buoy?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been piloting vessels?
Since I was a young child.
How many times have you piloted toward a steel marker?
Not on purpose.
Okay. Can you talk to the jurors a little bit about what the experience was like trying to recreate a path that you know in real life resulted in the destruction we saw to that vessel in photographs in yesterday? What did you do to manage that?
Objection.
He was driving the boat?
So,
Okay, hold on. Objection is overruled. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. So with those two markers that we spoke about earlier, the first one is to the start getting to a speed of 43 miles an hour. The second channel buoy that we placed is right next to channel marker 15. We have to take in consideration that if I were to take the exact same route, it was near impossible for me to evade that channel marker.
Okay. Before engaging in this reenactment, for lack of a better term, did you have any alcohol to drink?
No, ma'am.
Did you have any minors on the boat with you?
No, ma'am.
Now, did you make several passes through that channel?
Yes, ma'am.
And was there a drone involved?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to show you an exhibit. It's not in evidence, it's a demonstrative aid. It's a State's Exhibit 2I. This is not scientific. My channel drawing is as good as your boat drawing, but just Does this represent kind of the tail end of the Cutter Bank channel?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you be able to use this pen and kind of like show us in cartoon figures almost the route that you basically were taking?
Yes, ma'am.
Where the squiggly line is, does that represent the route that you were taking?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm showing you exhibits that are in evidence. It states 23 and 22. Do these accurately depict what channel markers 14 and 15 look like?
Yes, ma'am.
What were the wind and I guess sea conditions like when this was done?
Very favorable, low winds, very slight chop, very small waves on the water.
Was that similar to the weather conditions on the afternoon of September 4th, 2022, Biscayne Bay in the vicinity of Cutter Bank?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you an exhibit which is in evidence now as states exhibit number 11. And now I'm going to show you an exhibit which is states 106. Now, in states exhibit 11, there is a seat which is designated as number 9, and there's a name attached to that. What is that name?
Lucy.
May I have that, please? And, Your Honor, may the witness step down, please? So if what we're looking at here in exhibit number 11 is a diagram of the seating arrangements of Mr. Pino's vessel on September 4th, 2022. And if what we're looking at here in states exhibit number 106 is an actual photograph of where seats 7, 8, and 9 would be.
Yes, ma'am.
Where it says Lucy, would that correspond to where we are looking at Lucy Huggins?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, because, I guess if we do it this way, that would be how we would know that this location is where Lucy was seated. Fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if here's something we can see. So this is the 3 bench seats here. And a prior witness identified that Lucy was seated here. I'd like to ask if during this process of trying to recreate for the jury a sense of what the defendant's vessel was doing prior to and at impact, was there somebody who actually sat in seat 9, the seat that was identified as the seat that Lucy had been in, filming from that vantage point where the vessel was traveling?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you seen that video?
Yes, ma'am.
For the record, I'm showing counsel's, oh, no, it's already in evidence, states number 98. Earlier, did you get a chance to look at this?
Yes, ma'am.
And you put your initials on it?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time, I've published this exhibit.
Same objections previously asserted.
And over those objections,
Lieutenant, would you be able to come down here for the court
Yes.
submission? I'm gonna stop this a couple of times and then replay it from the beginning, but we're heading down the channel, and I'm gonna stop this and ask you kind of.
Good job,
where we're at.
cameraman.
What channel marker is that?
Be 13. 13A?
Take a close look.
13A.
Okay. What's this right here?
That's our first GPS buoy.
And what does that represent?
Reaching that at 43 miles an hour, that is the moment where I start to accelerate to 47 miles an hour.
And is this buoy in just about the same location as that second to last track point before the vessel strikes the channel marker?
Yes, ma'am.
When I'm pointing to here with my pen, what is that?
That's the second GPS buoy.
Okay. And this represents the last track point prior to impact?
Yes, ma'am.
Lieutenant, what is this channel marker there?
Green marker 15.
You're quite a ways away from it.
Yes, ma'am.
We can see it already?
Yes, ma'am.
Last thing I want to ask you about was yesterday. Our jurors came and examined the robalo at your office, just in front of the office building, yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, prior to them viewing the boat, did you stand next to the boat and point to two locations on that vessel?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 68. And if the witness can step down, please, Judge? Yes.
Why you gotta sit down and get a picture? Oh, because you gotta show it to the jury at the same
Point out
time.
the two locations that you pointed to for the jurors.
The first point is right here. The second point is right here.
Can you explain to the jurors what you were pointing out?
Up here, I'm pointing out what we call the ink transfer from the green day board that was on top of markers 15 as the initial impact point.
And you pointed to a second location.
Here,
What is that?
secondary impact point.
And why were you, what was there that let you know that?
The extreme amount of damage that started from this point.
And in fact, was there paint transfer there as well?
There was.
States 5S and 5T. Do exhibits 5S and 5T represent the two locations of paint transfer that you just described?
Yes, ma'am.
I would move states 5S and 5T for identification and evidence.
No objection.
5S, marked for identification, non-states exhibit
She has to
112.
point out the paint transfer.
5T,
There's giant
100.
holes in the boat, woman.
I'm sorry,
113.
And in my right hand, I have the paint
He is
transfer
just
at the
dead
front of the
set
bow of
on
the boat.
convicting this guy.
And on my left hand, I have the paint transfer that was in the middle part of the boat.
Yes, ma'am.
Our tax dollars at work. Paper, ink, and foam boards.
I have no other questions.
Boy, Miami's high tech.
windows over here just go off, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please remember where to
I guess this is a break. I can't ever hear anything from the judge. You know, I saw a diagram of where everybody was sitting, her little dots that she puts on stuff, and it had a bunch of dots in the bow of the boat. Not one of those girls saw that they were fixing to slam into the channel marker. I think I would have said something. I think I would have said, Mr. Pino, there's a channel marker there. I think we're going to hit it. Can you be that drunk? I don't know. I've never been that drunk. I've never been that drunk. I so want to know what happened. This is going to drive me crazy. Forever. Like, forever. This is going to be one of those where I want to know what happened. This is going on my list along with John Benet Ramsey. There's another one on my list. I forget the guy's name. I forget where it was. Happened overseas. Was that in the bow or the back, though? I thought that was in the back of the boat. That was in the front of the boat? Really? I don't know, because I've never been, like, drunk. I've been tipsy. I've never been drunk. Um, there's another case like that. It's a missing person case. It's these guys. They were adults. They were young adults, but they were adults. I don't remember where they were from or where they went. I've forgotten the details. But they went somewhere and they went diving. They had flown there. I think they were from Europe, but they went to somewhere else in Europe and they were diving. And the guy got an ear infection or something. So he couldn't fly. So he had to stay back. But the day that he needed to fly home, he got paranoid and said that people were chasing him or something, and he ran out of the airport, never to be seen again. Do any of you remember that or have heard about that story? I don't know why I'm drawing a blank on all the specifics. But that is another one that it just drives me nuts because how does someone just disappear like that, never to be seen again? Yeah. See, he should have been held accountable for what he did. Because what he did, that was his fault. And this could have been his fault. He could have been, I say he could have been super drunk, but nobody that was there or none of the police that saw him afterwards said that he was. Maybe he's just such a drinker that he didn't appear to be drunk, even though he was. I don't know. This is driving me crazy. Something had to happen. There's no way he just was like gunning for that channel marker on purpose. Something distracted him. He was impaired in some way. Maybe he was peeing over the side of the boat and he had someone hold the wheel. That would have been a stupid time. This isn't Massachusetts, Ken. Florida. This is such a weird one. I feel so bad for Lucy's family and the Puig family and the friends of the girls, too. Which is worse? This is going to not sound right no matter how I say it. Which is worse, dying or living disabled? Severely disabled. a question they probably weren't allowed to ask. But do you remember the second girl that testified? The first girl that testified, the 23-year-old, she was cool as a cucumber. She was like the most mature 23-year-old I've ever seen in my life. Not a tear, which I mean, I'm sure she was sad about it, but so composed, answered every question. She was unbelievable. She was the best witness. Like, I was amazed at how together she was. But the second girl said that she didn't like being out on a boat. But she also said, or that she was afraid on boats, that she wanted to sit between people. She didn't want to sit on the end. She wanted to sit between two people because she was afraid of boats. She also said she had been out on the Pino's boat before. So I wonder why they didn't ask her why she was afraid of boats. Because she's been out on his boat before and she's afraid of boats. Maybe he had done reckless things before. Of course, that probably wouldn't have been a question that they were allowed to ask because, I mean, it would have been a pattern of previous behavior, which sometimes they let in, sometimes they don't, depending on the circumstances. But I would have been really curious what the answer to that question would have been. Because why is she afraid of boats? Now she's really going to be afraid of boats. I doubt she'll ever get back on another boat. But I imagine they've got PTSD. I doubt they're. Maybe. It depends on the person. You know, some people are of the character that I'm going to conquer my fear, you know, and they'll do it. I mean, I talked to someone the other day that they were talking about jumping out of a plane, skydiving. And I was like, why would you jump out of a perfectly good plane? And she said, because I wanted to get over my fear of heights. And I'm just the opposite. I'm claustrophobic. I'm not going to lock myself in a teeny tiny room to get over my fear of enclosed places. I'm good with it. I'm afraid of it. I stay far away from it. They have to put me under anesthesia to do an MRI, and I'm fine with that. So people are different, you know? Yeah, I mean, she's been on his boat before, and she's afraid of boats. Is it because of the way he drives his boat, or is it something else? Like, why is she afraid of boats? Yeah. I want to, is that the one where you get, the place where you get in the tube with the air? I want to do that. I want to do that, but I don't want to jump out of a plane. I want to just do the thing where you float. I saw a video, a short on, I don't know if it was on a reel on Instagram or if it was a short on YouTube of a kid doing like ballet stuff in one of those tubes. It was so cool. See, now I love to fly, and Travis refuses, and he's never been on a plane. He loves roller coasters. I'm like, I don't understand why you won't fly. He says, because it's up in the air and nothing's holding it up. But it's made to fly, it's made to be up in the air. And it's safer than a car. Car crashes happen much more often than plane crashes. He's like, I don't care. So if we ever go to any place, like there was some place I wanted to go, I can't remember where it was. And I'm like, but I'm never going to get to because you won't get in a plane. He says, we can take a boat. Oh, yeah. First time I ever flew, we went to visit my brother in New York. It was after my mom died. So I was in my early 20s. I was maybe like, I don't know, 22 or 23. I don't think I'd ever cussed in front of my dad before, ever. And we were sitting fixing to take off. And I looked at my dad and I said, Daddy? He goes, what? I said, I'm scared shitless. He laughs. And then when we got to my brother's house, he told everybody he could that story that I said that. But I love to fly.
Counsel, before you start the cross-examination, ladies and gentlemen, during the course of the direct examination of the witness, there was a question asked of the witness, and the response from the witness was that, he used the word dangerous in his response. I overruled the defense objection. That objection should have been sustained. You would disregard any statement or any conclusion by the witness with the use of the word dangerous in terms of what he has done. All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant Thompson.
Good afternoon.
Lieutenant, you indicated that during your interviews and interactions with Mr. Pino that there was no detection on your part. You did not observe any signs of impaired violence. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The first time. At the point that you had your first interaction with Mr. Pino, however, approximately 2 hours had passed since the accident in this case. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So, to be more specific, the accident occurred sometime around 6:37 p.m. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And the first time that you had contact with Mr. Pino was at 8:16 p.m. according to your testimony today. Does that sound right?
Yes, sir.
So almost 2 hours later. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Would you not agree that that persons who were with Mr. Pino closer in time to the point of the accident at 6:37, that their impressions as to Mr. Pino's whether Mr. Pino appeared to be impaired by alcohol or not would be important to know?
Yes, sir.
And if such persons that observed Mr. Pino at the time closest to the accident were to say that they didn't detect or didn't observe anything about Mr. Pino which would have indicated alcohol impairment, that would be valuable for this jury to know. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
As well as witnesses to Mr. Pino's state of mind or physical state while he was actually at the sandbar in this case. Witnesses at the sandbar with Mr. Pino who were able to say there was no evidence of impairment by alcohol with Mr. Pino. That also would be important for this jury to know. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Particularly if those witnesses did not observe any evidence of alcohol impairment. You would agree with that, wouldn't you?
Yes, sir.
We heard earlier today that when you had your first opportunity to have interaction with Mr. Pino, that was at the seawall at Elliott Key Harbor. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Pino was on a police boat. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
In fact, he was on a police boat with one of your members of your crew that day, Keith Hernandez. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And when you are asking Mr. Pino some basic background questions about his boat during that interaction, Mr. Pino answered those questions, correct?
Yes, sir.
But he also offered an explanation, his memory about how this accident occurred, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I just wanted to go through slowly with you. We have the benefit of the transcript that was prepared for the jury. And Mr. Pino says that we were coming through the channel. Of course, he's referring to Cutter Bank Channel. Was that your understanding at the time?
Yes, sir.
And there were two girls sitting in the back. A boat was coming. We were going by the little, and then you interrupt him and say, you leave the boat in the water at Ocean Reef, or is it at a trailer at Ocean Reef? That's all that you were interested in at that moment. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But Mr. Pino continues with his answer, and he tells you, no, it's in the water. So anyways, I turned back to look because there were two girls sitting in the back seat of the boat. And I had 5 or 6 in the front, my wife in the middle, and we were coming, and I approached the waves head first, like I always do. And the boat hit. I was looking at the girls, and just to make sure they were okay if they were sitting in the back, and the next thing I know, it hit the wave, and I tried to swing, and the right side of the boat would be the left side of the boat, hit the pylon. My God, I can't believe it. You recall him telling you that?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Pino was telling you that in his memory of the way the accident occurred, as a part of that, he believes that the left side of his boat made contact with the pylon.
Objection, calls for speculation.
This is what he told you, isn't
Excuse
it?
me.
Speculation.
I'm not going to be wrong as to what was said. Go ahead.
But Judge,
Go ahead. Only
That in fact is not the case though, correct? The
Correct.
left side of Mr. Pino's boat did not make contact with the pylon in this case, did it?
No, sir.
In fact, we know just from the pictures presented in this case. This is it. Thank you. As we saw in State's Exhibit number 68, very clearly, damage happens to the right side of the boat. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that's not a mystery in this case, is it? That's not in dispute here, right?
No, sir.
But at least when Mr. Pino had that initial interaction with you, it was his belief, his memory at that moment that actually it was the left side of his boat.
objection.
that's the stage as to what Mr. Pino's belief was or wasn't.
You go on, you ask him if he has a trailer for the boat, and he tells you that the boat goes back to Ocean Reef, et cetera, and so on. There's then another opportunity that you have to speak with Mr. Pino. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Because after you had your initial interaction with him while he was at the seawall on Officer Alec's boat, you went to, because you needed to make some phone calls. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
In connection with the accident scene that you were working, or the accident investigation that you were working, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you came back, you had a further conversation with him. And you tell Mr. Pino, Mr. Pino says to you, someone told me that, well, the other girl that was on there,
Back up.
Tammy, she's over there. She was there on the boat with my wife when the other girl was getting airlifted. And you reply, see, I'm still getting all the pieces. See, I'm still getting all the pieces. Pino, she said that she was getting CPR. You respond, I don't know about that yet. So first thing I'm going to do, talk to you about, there's a boating accident, a serious injury. And Mr. Pino, then there was some conversation between you, Mr. Pino, about alcohol, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Pino says to you, in response, he says, I had 2 beers. You recall him saying that?
Yes, sir.
And your response to that was, and it's not illegal to boat and drive. It's not illegal to drink a beer or a couple of beers and drive. And that's a true statement, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Pino says, I feel perfect in the way my mind was. I mean, I know what happened. I've been operating boats forever. I've done that ride 1,000 times. Do you know if Mr. Pino has done that ride 1,000 times?
I did not know.
Do you know if it's true?
I do not know if that's
He
true.
just said he didn't know.
Did you ever examine or become aware of the data examination of the GPS devices in Mr. Pino's boat?
Yes, sir.
Did either of the historic track points in either of the GPS devices reflect thousands of rides through the Cutter Bank Channel?
No, I did not.
So this was Mr. Pino's memory
Objection.
Sustained.
The GPS devices did not bear out Mr. Pino's statement that he had been through the Cutter Channel thousands of times. Is that correct?
Correct.
Expression.
And you reply to that and you say, you're allowed to drink alcohol and drive a boat. And this is what you told him, right?
Yes, sir.
And again, that is a true statement, right?
Yes, sir.
And during this conversation, further, Mr. Pino takes the opportunity, after following some additional conversation between the two of you, he takes the opportunity to tell you again about what his recollection, what his memory is of how the accident occurred. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Pino says, that was my wife and myself, right? And then two girls were on the back, and the rest of the girls in the front in the seating area. And then we were going through the last marker.
Right.
There was a boat coming through, which was bigger. So the waves, I was veering to the right to cut into the waves. You say, okay. Mr. Pino continues, right, like I always do, cut right through the waves. And I knew I was going to hit some waves. I looked back at the two girls that were sitting back there because I was a little concerned. I told my wife, watch. I even remember exactly who it was. It was Coco. Pretty sure it was Coco and Andrea. You recall him giving you that answer?
Yes, sir.
Now, Coco, he was referring to someone by the name of Coco Aguilar, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Andrea, he was referring to someone known as Andrea Knopfler, correct?
Yes, sir.
And both Coco Aguilar and Andrea Knopfler, they were passengers on Mr. Pino's boat at the time that this accident occurred.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Pino is telling you that he even remembers exactly who was sitting behind him, again saying it was Coco and Andrea. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, that turned out not to be true. Is that right?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Did you conducted a further investigation in the days and months leading or after this accident, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you determined who, in fact, of the passengers were sitting in the back of the boat, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
And did your investigation reveal that it was Sarah Gutierrez?
Objection, this is hearsay.
Sustained.
Your investigation did not reveal that Coco Aguilar and Andrea Knopfler were sitting in the back of the boat.
Objection, it's hearsay.
Exhibit number 11, please.
Why does it matter?
So I'm handing you exhibit number 11.
Yes, sir.
You recall, Detective, that exhibit number 11 was the boating diagram that was presented to the various passengers in this case in order to develop the seating chart of the seating chart of the passengers as they sat on Mr. Pino's boat on the day of this accident, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if you would, referring to exhibit number 11, what did your investigation reveal as to who was sitting in the back of the boat?
Objection, Judge, that's not what exhibit 11 demonstrates.
Was it introduced?
Yes.
Evidence?
Yes, but it was not from the detective, it was the words of other witnesses.
I'm gonna allow- go ahead.
It says Sarah and Mia.
Not Coco and Andre.
Correct.
So Mr. Pino gave you mistaken information when he said that Coco and Andrea were sitting behind him. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
What's your point? And how does that help your client?
Mr. Pino goes on. And he tells you, speeding up a bit, he says, so I turned around and I said, hey guys, watch out, hold on, because I'm cutting into the waves and you guys are on the back, and if you bump around, they were right on the back. There was a seat at the back of the boat, and as soon as I said it, I was cutting through the wave and I looked, and the wheel, I guess when it hit the waves, the wheel turned a little bit, turned a little bit as I was cutting back in, and I lost a little bit control, and I think I turned, and it was I'm pretty sure it was the left side of the boat that skimmed the left side of the boat, probably towards the front to try to turn away from it. So again, Mr. Pino tells you that it was the left side of the boat that made contact. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And he goes on to say, and the boat hit the left front boat, and then we all got ejected. Do you know if Mr. Pino's statement to you that, quote unquote, they all got ejected, or I'm sorry, that we all got ejected, was true?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Do you know if Mr. Pino's statement that, quote, we all got ejected was an accurate statement?
Objection, Judge.
You asked Mr. Pino, once you get ejected, when you came up, what did you see that you can remember? And Mr. Pino says that I know exactly what I saw. It's because I'm having a problem. I'm having a problem recalling because it was very scary. I got up, so I know I couldn't believe what had happened. I saw a few people floating. I yelled. I recognized some of them. They said, all right, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. And then I immediately went under the boat to see if anyone was there. You recall him telling me that?
Yes, sir.
And you recall asking Mr. Pino, do you remember who was under there, referring to the boat? And Mr. Pino responded, I'm very clear who was under there, and I got her. And you asked Mr. Pino, what was her name? Do you remember what Mr. Pino told you?
I have to look at my notes.
Mr. Pino told you it was Nati Reed. Does that sound right to you?
Yes, sir.
And we, of course, are here in this trial because it wasn't Nati Reed who was under the boat, right?
Correct.
Do you know who was under the boat?
Objection, Judge, calls for speculation. Witness not there.
Do you know who was under the boat?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Sure. Lucy Fernandez was under the boat, wasn't she?
Objection, calls for speculation.
No, it doesn't.
Not sure I understand the.
Come over here, please.
Sure.
Even I know who's under the boat. That's the speculation. That's why we're here. The person under the boat was Lucy Fernandez. Man, what is her deal? She's going to object to every single question. See, this is when we need a lawyer in the chat. How is that speculation?
Yeah, he wasn't there, but he knows now. Through the investigation, he knows now who it was. So is that still hearsay? If another cop on the same investigation learns from another cop, is that still hearsay? Well, I guess it is. Out of court statement. Yeah, I guess it is. But she didn't say hearsay though. She said speculation. If it comes from somebody actually on the scene. Well, it's still an out of court statement though. Like even a police no, I got it too high. Cuz like even an actual police report is considered hearsay. Hearsay is, I mean, it sounds simple. It's an out of court statement. But it's kind of not so simple either. So, but the defendant said it to him, and then he later, he later found out the statement was incorrect from another law enforcement person, law enforcement officer. So that's not speculation. Hearsay, I would say yes. Speculation, though, no. But I don't understand. Okay, so I understand if it's hearsay, I get it. But why object? Because that's why we're here. Because Lucy died.
All right. Counsel? Thank you. You may
Thank
proceed.
you. Thank you.
Does she want the jury to think that he didn't
At any
get
time
Lucy?
after the accident, did you interview Matthew Reed?
I'd have to go through my notes.
Do you know of anyone from you or your agency or any other agency that interviewed Matthew Reed after the accident?
I would have to go through my notes.
Who was Matthew Reed?
Now, your conversation with Mr. Pino continued on later after that afternoon, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And at the time that you asked Mr. Pino if he would write a statement as to his, what happened, he agreed to do that. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you had conversations between the two of you regarding any number of things that you thought would be appropriate to place in the statement. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And one of the things that you
What?
asked
Where are
Mr.
you?
Pino about was how fast he was going. If you remember, it's what his speed was.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that right? And Mr. Pino mentioned to you, first he said 39 RPMs, 38, 39 RPMs. And RPMs means what?
Rotations per minute.
Yeah,
And
hearsay
when
would
you
have been the
were
better
on
objection.
boat, like Mr. Pino's, it's very common that the screen on many of these boats kind of shows what your speed is based on rotations per minute, RPMs, correct?
Yes, sir.
So if the RPMs are 39 RPMs, for example,
Yeah, hearsay would have been the better objection. I don't understand why she objected, though. I mean, if you want to be technical and object just because it's an improper question, fine. Be picky and petty and object because it's improper. But from what I've heard lawyers say, is that you shouldn't object just to object because it highlights it for the jury. The only time you want to object is when it's really important to object. So my thinking was, does she not want the jury to know that the girl that he went down and saved was Lucy? Because he said it was the other girl. Is that why she objected? That she didn't want the jury to know? I mean, they've already said he dove down and brought Lucy up. So why object to that? That was my point. I don't understand why she insisted on objecting to that. He was mistaken about which girl he brought up from under the boat, and she was dead set on objecting to it. And I don't understand why. I understand that, yes, it was hearsay. And hearsay would have been the better objection. But we've already heard that he brought Lucy up. So he was mistaken at who he brought up. I just don't understand why she objected.
that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going 39 miles per hour on a boat. Is that right?
Correct.
Because there are many variants with speed on a boat, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you discussed that with Mr. Pino because he was asking you, what does 39 RPMs correspond to miles per hour? Remember that conversation?
Yes, sir.
And you were telling Mr. Pino that, just as we said, it could be different things. It could be propeller, that he had 14 people on the boat. These are some of the variables which would affect speed. Remember that conversation?
Yes, sir.
One of the things that Mr. Pino offered was that he said he had a lot of weight on the boat, and that he said, quote, I have two engines, two 225s. You recall that?
Yes, sir.
And when he said 225s, he was referring to the size of the engines on his boat.
Objection calls for speculation.
Did you, the engines that were on Mr. Pino's boat, the boat that was involved in the accident had two 300 horsepower engines. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Twin 300s.
Yes, sir.
Do you know if Mr. Pino ever owned a boat prior to the boat that was involved in this accident?
No, sir.
You did notice when you began your interview with Mr. Pino that he did have his head wrapped in a gauze bandage. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Do you know why it was that his head was wrapped in a gauze bandage?
I did not.
Suspect some head injury?
Yes, sir.
I'm sure he could have. I don't know if he did, but I'm sure he
And
could have.
Mr. Pino, in fact, prepared the written statement for you that
He
you
had a
asked
head
for.
injury too. I'm sure he was
Is
dazed.
that correct?
Yes, sir.
That's in evidence now, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Plus, 17-year-old Hispanic girls in bathing suits probably all look alike.
Mr. Pino also told you, as we know, what his memory was as
I'm
to
sorry,
how the
that was
accident
bad.
happened.
That
Just went off
sounded
the-
racist. I didn't
Did
mean
you
to sound
follow
racist.
up with any type of investigation
Bad
to
joke, I'm
determine
sorry.
if Mr.
Bad
Pino's
Debbie.
memory about another boat contributing to the cause of the accident occurred?
I did.
And what did you do in order to determine if there was another boat that contributed to this accident?
Multiple different things.
I'm saying we need to keep your voice up, sir.
Multiple different things.
Such as, Lieutenant, what did you do?
We spoke to Good Samaritans that were very first on scene. There was a picture taken by a Good Samaritan that showed the northbound aspect of the boating accident. We contacted other agencies, seeing if there were cameras in the area. We interviewed the passengers on the vessel.
And did you find anything in all of that which corroborated
Oh,
Mr. Pino's memory as to whether there was another boat?
yeah.
Objection hearsay.
Okay.
Oh, no.
No.
She is fighting this hard.
You mentioned a picture taken by a Good Samaritan. How was that helpful to you in coming to the conclusion?
The photograph shows an image of the vessel that the defendant was operating capsized. I believe it's 3 minutes post-accident time.
That's what
I'll
I
have to
meant.
verify my
Thank you,
notes. That's
Ken.
exact time. And it shows a northbound view of
17-year-olds in
Key Biscayne with
bathing
no
suits.
vessels in sight.
And you said it was approximately 3 minutes after the accident?
I would have to look at my notes, but around that time frame.
Could it have been as soon as 2.5 minutes after the accident?
Could have been.
And the picture that you were referring to was a wide enough view so that you were comfortable that any boat that might have fit the description that Mr. Pino gave would still have been within the picture frame.
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant, the one of the things that was recovered 2 days after the accident were some empty alcoholic beverage containers. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that was when the boat was actually recovered of water. There was an inspection done of the boat,
Yes, sir.
and that's where these things were discovered. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you testified earlier today that there were 61 empty alcoholic beverage containers.
Yes, sir. To my memory.
Lieutenant, were you a part of the recovery team of the boat on the 6th?
Objection, that this is beyond the scope of direct.
Just a question.
I'll allow one question.
Sure, I think that's all I need. Were you a part of the recovery team?
I was at the dock that day.
You. Exhibit 97. Yeah. I'm trying not to be.
They need to let him testify. Well, they can't because he lied. So they can't perform perjury. Maybe he didn't lie. Maybe he really thinks he saw another vote. Maybe he had some kind of medical event. Maybe he has POTS like Mackenzie Sherlock.
While the clerk is looking for the exhibit, I wanted to ask some questions about your reenactment that you did on June 9th, 2025. Do you recall, I received let me ask you this. Do you recall what time it was that the actual reenactment was done?
I'd have to look at my notes.
Do you have your notes with you?
I do.
Why don't you take a look at those and look up the, have your memory refreshed.
Around 8:47 a.m.
What, 8:47 a.m., is that when the actual runs with the vessel were done?
I don't have that report with me. That was the time frame that we started doing runs. I don't know the full time frame of how long.
The group of persons that were going to be involved met at Bayfront Marina at about 8 a.m. that day, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And so you're saying that about 8:47, you guys were out at the location,
Yes, sir.
and that's when the activity began, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what the tide was, the tide phase at that time
I do.
on that day? What was it?
It was a plus 1.75.
Sorry, I didn't.
Plus 1.75.
Lieutenant, I want to show you one of the drone aerial footage that was taken on that day. That's, you can take a look at that with me.
Yes, sir.
Before we look at the video, as I understand it, your testimony earlier was that you tried to follow the historic track that Mr. Pino's vessel took on the day of this accident as you possibly could. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And the track that you followed was, based on the information that you took off or that you received from Mr. Pino's actual SIMRAD GPS device.
Hey, Michelle.
The information I was given to Paul Adler. Yes.
All right. And you were able to, it was actually you that was navigating or that was driving the test boat?
Yes, sir.
And you had that information, I presume, on the screen in front of you, the historic track, so that you could kind of steer on that. Is that right?
Mr. Adler did.
Yeah. You said, was Mr. Albert
Sorry.
was driving the boat?
No, he was present.
Okay. My question though is that how was it that you were able to drive on close to the same track that Mr. Pino drove?
He set the GPS buoys himself and instructed me to follow the buoys from one buoy to the next.
Understood. And that was based on the historic tracks that were present on Mr. Pino's SIMRAD device?
Yes.
And you are comfortable, or you were convinced that the buoys that Mr. Albert set up for you are consistent with the actual course that Mr. Pino drove on the day of this accident? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Carlos, if you would call up S1001384. You are, may Lieutenant Thompson come down and take a look?
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm gonna play this through one time and we'll ask some questions about it. All right, prior to, hold that for a second. prior to viewing this, you and I met today, and you authenticated for me that this video that you're about to see is an accurate representation of what took place that day. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, can we have what exhibit number this is?
Yeah, it's 97.
Thank
you. So once you start it. Hold there for a second. So this is the vessel that you were operating, Lieutenant?
Yes, sir.
And just for sake of the record, what we're looking at here is a part of the Cutter Bank channel, correct?
Yes, sir.
And can you see what I'm pointing at the channel marker here. Do you know what channel marker that is?
13A,
I'm pointing at another one with the red triangle. You know what that is?
14,
And the final channel marker that I'm pointing at?
15.
15 is the channel marker that was aligned with, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Continue. Stop. Let's run that back again.
No, that's the recreation. The guy that's on the stand now is the guy that was actually driving the boat, the recreation boat.
Lieutenant Thompson, where your vessel appears at that moment, at the 18-second timestamp, you're just 13A is just to the left side of your vessel. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, there's plenty of space between your vessel and the 13A channel marker.
Yes, sir.
Continue, please. Stop it there. Now, at this point, just past the 13A channel marker, you are still within the Cutter Bank channel, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And would you consider that the location of your vessel at that point is somewhere in the center of the Cutter Bank channel?
Yes, sir.
Continue. Hold it there. And as your vessel is continuing now, that is more in line with the left side of the channel, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, if there are no oncoming boats present in that condition, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that is because the area has been essentially quarantined by other police vessels, is that right?
Yes, sir.
There were no oncoming boats, as you said earlier, you were convinced no oncoming boats at the time of the accident, that Mr. Pino was involved, is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
And you are past channel marker 15 at that point, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you were able to avoid aligning with channel marker 15, obviously, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the reason that you were able to avoid aligning with is because you were focused entirely on that channel. Correct. The very purpose that you were there was to conduct this experiment, if you will. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
It's reenactment, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so that's all that you were focused on, right?
I'm focused on all my surroundings while on the water, making sure I'm not gonna hit any other channel markers, making sure the water depths are good, that my passengers are safe. I'm not just focused on that anymore.
Sure, but because you were completely focused, as you said, on all of these things, you were able to approach that channel marker 15 at close to or at the same rate that Mr. Pino was able to, that Mr. Pino approached that, but you managed to avoid colliding with it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's because you saw it in front of you,
Yes, sir.
correct? You saw it even before you got to the general market itself, is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And you were able to make the decision as you got closer to it, to either turn, or in your case, you turned slightly to the left in order to avoid the collision, right?
Yes, sir.
And but for the fact that you were not distracted by anything else, you were able to safely get around channel marker 15, correct?
Yes, sir.
Just final question for you, Lieutenant. You mentioned earlier in response to my question about the tide that was
You
present.
said tide?
Tide, T-I-D-E. You answered my question about the tide that was present at the time that you conducted this recreation. Do you know what station that tide was measured from?
No, sir.
And I ask because, of course, different stations will have different tide levels. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So what the tide might be in downtown Miami isn't necessarily where the tide is going to be in Coconut Grove, for example.
It'll be pretty close based on the area, but it will be different.
Okay. And I believe you said that the tide, as you recall, was plus 1.75. Was that it?
Yes, sir.
And that means exactly what?
There's a standard level that the sea level's at, and it goes up and down from there. So plus 1.75 would be 1 foot, 0.75 feet above that standard level.
And was that considered the highest tide for that day?
No, it was not.
At that time? What was the high point tide?
I do not know.
Do you know what the low point tide was?
I do not.
Right. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
You do it.
Speaking of tides, the tide on the day that recreation was done, you indicated the tide was what exactly?
Plus 1.75.
Did you ever research what the tide was at that location on September 4th, 2022 at about 6:30 p.m.?
I did.
What was it?
The high tide of the day was at 4:48 p.m., which was plus 2.2. The low tide was going to be at 11:33 p.m., which is negative 0.7. So it's be somewhere between there, roughly around 1.5 feet.
So at the time that the vessel collision happened in this particular case, the tide was lower than. Now, in terms of what that means as far as how high up or down the water moves along that channel marker, when would the water have been higher up on the channel marker? On the day of the recreation or at the time of the crash?
It was higher at the day of the recreation.
So at the time of the crash, would more of the sign have been visible?
It would have.
I want to show you a picture. It's in evidence. It states exhibit number 10. Do you recognize from this investigation who is depicted in these photographs?
More or less, yes.
And are a lot of these girls the girls that were in fact on the vessel?
Yes, ma'am.
And let me ask you a question first off. Are they black or white?
No.
Huh?
Colored picture.
No, I'm sorry. We needed that on a Friday. What is the race of these girls? Black, white?
Mostly white.
Okay. What about hair length?
Longer hair for most of them.
What are they wearing?
String bikinis.
Some of them are wearing sunglasses.
Yes.
overall, do these girls kind of look alike?
They do.
So when Mr. Pino is trying to tell you where he remembers the individual girls were, maybe not so easy to distinguish them when they're wearing bathing suits?
Correct.
Like I said,
The defense asked you about Mr. Pino saying that he's traversed that area thousands of times. Were you taking him literally at that moment?
No, ma'am.
So like if I say to you, we've had thousands of sidebars in this trial, do you think we've really walked over to the side of the judge's bench thousands of times?
No, ma'am.
Do you know if when Mr. Pino told you that he had had 2 beers, do you know for sure if that's the truth?
No.
When he told you that there was this other vessel that caused this crash, do you know if that's the truth?
No.
Do you know whether he said that because he was misremembering what happened?
No, ma'am.
Do you know if maybe he said that because he wanted to blame somebody else for this crash?
calls for
Do
speculation.
you know?
No.
Nothing else.
All right, the witness is excused. Sir, you may be subject to recall. You remain under the speed.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Maybe they'll recall him when Nancy's here and she can say, "Sexy daddy."
All right. You're good for today?
Yes, my witness, I explained, will have to come back next week.
And witness, we're going to do that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to end for today at this time. Please put your notepads inside your envelopes. We've gone over a couple of days now. And it's very important that you continue to be vigilant with regard to my instructions. Protecting yourselves. No outside information, potential influences. Do not discuss this case with anyone. If anyone is curious about what you are doing, where you are, the response is, "I'm sorry, I'm on a jury, and that's all I can say." And that's that. Okay? Please do not speak to each other at all about this case. Don't speak with anyone else. Please don't conduct any research or investigation. Don't conduct your own experiments, because none of that is evidence. You're getting the evidence in courtroom. That's all you can rely on, with the instructions I can give you on the way to ultimately reach your decision. Avoid contact. Anyone who comes to try to speak with you or in your presence about the case, please avoid that. Anyone persists, please report that to Renee and bring it to my attention. You think you see or hear anything in the news, social media about this case, even if you're not sure, don't wait and listen to try to find out. Ignore it, okay? I'm gonna ask you to return on Monday, 9:30. Please be here by 9:30. You'll report to the jury room on the 7th floor. Please, Mondays are busy with other people coming in for jury duty and other jury being selected. Please wait inside the jury room. You know Renee, spent already a week and a half, 2 weeks with him. So we know who he is. Wait for him to come up inside the jury room to bring everyone together, to bring you into the court. Okay? All right. Again, please be here Monday, 9:30, check into the jury room on the 7th floor, and have a restful and pleasant weekend. Renee will see you out now and take your envelopes with you. Thank you.
All right.
Again, everyone, please remain in the courtroom to allow the jury to exit and work their way down the hall. All right, everyone can have a seat. Just a few things I just want to go over with all of you in preparation. I asked you things, and I had mentioned it before to the attorneys. I'm going to be looking at and working on the jury instructions this weekend. I'm going to be looking specifically at any special requested jury instructions. And that's going to include, I believe the state has provided me with a special requested instruction on the navigational rules. I'm going to be looking at that over the weekend. Okay? And I have from the defense proposed instructions which somewhat mirror, well, they do mirror, but they include additional requests that are not within the current standard instructions. That's going to be very important for us to discuss all of this. So the sooner that we start looking at them and evaluating these current standard instructions for manslaughter and for vessel homicide, for that. Okay? So please work on that over the weekend, and I'll let you know that I am looking not only in Florida, because I know what the standard, we see what the standard instructions are, but I'm looking again throughout the state on that issue, and may or may not be looking outside the state of Florida, because I'm not sure to what extent the requests that have been made, how they
They're looking outside the state.
special instruction from the state, in addition to the additional language from the defense, as special instructions. I think a lot of this could be matters of first impression. So I invite you to look even outside of the state of Florida at how other jurisdictions might address some of these issues that we know we're going to have. It's not going to be a surprise what it is. Okay? All right. That's the one thing. And the second thing is, in terms of where we're going as far as witnesses, my understanding is we're going to have, I think, 2 additional witnesses from the state.
Yes,
Okay. One is going to be from that road examiner.
correct.
Will that be your first witness for Monday?
I'm not sure. I need to speak with
See
each
how
of
that
them to
works out.
figure out
In
how their
terms of
schedules
time.
are.
And then you're going to have the witness, Mr. what is it? The expert.
Albert,
As your expert witness. Okay. If there are any issues that you anticipate regarding that witness, Mr. Albert, or either of the witnesses, okay, if you would put me on notice through email as to what concerns might be raised, so we will raise, discuss those before I bring it to you, as much as we can. Okay. Because that's been very helpful in terms of keeping our proceedings smooth. Well, that's all I have, and that would be the end of the state's case, and then we would move forward. I will ask, and I'm not going to comment because there's going to be defense motions at the close of the state's case. So if we do proceed, the defense should be ready to proceed with your witnesses for, I would imagine sometime after lunch. I'd say have your witnesses ready before 1:30 or so in the afternoon. Just if we are proceeding past the defense motion, we should have them ready, okay? Does anyone have anything they want to talk about now?
Yes, Judge. Over one of the breaks, Mr. Shrevenick and I both signed off on a stipulation regarding the fact that the defendant's vessel was in operable condition on the day in question. I'd like to ask if that can be marked as a court exhibit and admitted into evidence.
All right, defense?
Yes.
You've seen this, okay.
I signed it, yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and take it as a court exhibit. Parties have stipulated, but then what I will do is, at the point in time that you ask me to publish that to the jury, I would publish it as a court exhibit. I would read them the instruction on stipulations, and then, I would read that to them.
Thank you.
That would be
I'll
court.
leave it to you, though, to notify me
Yes.
at what point you would like me to provide that information to the jury.
Excellent.
That would be court exhibit 1.
Court exhibit 1, yes.
I am told that during my, I believe, redirect with Lieutenant Thompson, I could hear sound behind me, but I was focused on what I was doing. I am told that the defendant may have been muttering something along the lines of, "It happens, it happens, it happens." I noticed, from being over on that side when I need to view the angle of the monitor screen, he's in very, very close proximity to the jurors. And I hope maybe somebody misunderstood what was taking place, but I did hear noise behind me. And so I just hope that the defendant is not doing something along those lines.
I had made some adjustments to the seating when you said everyone, and I did not hear anything.
I'm sorry, do you have something you want to say to me? Why are you staring at me?
Excuse me.
I'm staring out there. I don't want to say anything.
Oh,
Ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to do this. Okay? I'm going to remind everyone, including not only people in the audience, but also.
can we act like grown-ups?
The parties,
Gosh.
the attorneys as professionals, and Mr. Pino. We won't have this. No conversations, back and forth.
We're going to see clips of this all over YouTube.
Counsel, again, please, make sure it's understood by Mr. Pino, because I'm not going to speak to Mr. Pino directly unless, of course, counsel has no issue with that. But I did not hear anything, but I'm reminding everyone that even gestures are inappropriate. So, with any witness and with anyone
Yeah, face slips.
in the courtroom. So not only verbal, but any kind of gestures from anyone in this courtroom that could.
She shouldn't have done that, though.
And again, that includes Mr. Pino, that includes me, frankly. Okay, that the jury could see or hear is improper. So, please, again, I did not hear anything, and I did not see anything. So I'm just going to give everyone, counsel, I'm going to speak to you. May I say something to your client?
Of course.
Oh, Mr. Pino, I'm
Yes,
going
sir.
to remind you to please maintain composure, and please no statements or whispering. Again, I didn't hear anything, and please refrain. I haven't seen anything from any kind of gestures or anything that could potentially be seen by the jury. Okay?
Okay, Your Honor.
Thank
For
you
the
very
record,
much. Thank you.
I haven't done any of those.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That's all we need to do. And I think with that, we've concluded our proceedings. See you all 9:30 on Monday, the 14th. Thank you.
9:30.
There's going to be clips of that all over court TV, all over court TV, law and crime. Yep, it's over for today. They said they were going to end about 4. He shouldn't be saying stuff, but the prosecutor saying, "Excuse me, do you have something to say to me?" That was uncalled for. Of course he's mad at the prosecutor. She needs to put on her big girl panties. Oh no. Oh, Judy. Stay safe. Oh, let me know when it's over and everything's okay. Okay, bye guys. Have a great weekend. Love you all. Be kind to people. Love your family. Jesus loves you. So do I. Have a great weekend. I'm going to bed. I'm staying in bed all weekend. Judy, text me when it's all over. Bye, guys. Have a great weekend.